Thank you so much for letting us into your homes during these trying times. We're grateful that you come back every day. The Beat with Ari Melber starts right now. Hi, Ari.
Hi, Nicole. There's a lot going on. I don't want to make light of it. It's not my nature. But if I have a silver lining, it's how much I've been around you. I get to see you at night. You're what I see before I go to bed. I see you tonight. I'm going to see you again later tonight. It's the one silver lining.
You know, I have loved, and you sometimes sit on the other side of the table, but I love when we musical chairs around and you come over and I can ask you to explain all the cultural references to me. And I've loved sitting with Chris Hayes, and we enter a new era of historic and tumultuous time. What Donald Trump ran on and the message that prevailed, it won in huge and perhaps surprising margins. But it is, make no mistake, unprecedented. No one's ever run on pursuing the enemy within. We're going to be covering some historic, unprecedented things, and there's no one I'd rather do it with than you and our other colleagues here. So I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other.
Absolutely, and we'll be back at it with a special tonight. So I'll see you soon. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that so much. I want to welcome everyone to The Beat. I am Ari Melber. We are here together, and we have some things planned for you tonight. The United States is facing Donald Trump's second term. By now, you know that. Americans waking up to front pages, capturing the moment. Trump's America, victory changes nation's sense of itself, is how the New York Times is alerting readers in its print edition there. You see also the version on the website. The Washington Post led with despair. Trump retakes the White House. Fact check, true. Other papers citing talk of potential unity. Trumped is how West Hawaii Today went with it, quite simply. And then in the middle, Fox News' sister outlet, New York Post, under the same ownership, went with, he's done it again. Now take a look at how this unfolded.
Decision 2024 starts right now.
Joy to the poll. De La brings joy.
The DJ is spinning records, and there is a dance line going on.
If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Trump will win North Carolina.
A lot of deep concerns among Democrats. The Harris campaign still very much sees a path.
There's a lot of red on that map.
There's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters.
I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said.
Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers.
Former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call. The biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever.
You won't hear from the vice president tonight.
He has now topped that magic number of 270 electoral college votes.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
That is just some of it. I bet you watched some of it and lived through some of it, and people are still making sense of it. Donald Trump's path to victory secured those key swing states we've heard so much about. It ain't a blue wall anymore, not when he was done with it by this morning when all the calls came through. He swept Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, pushing well past the 270 electoral votes you need in our system. The New York Times cites the red shift, reporting that Trump improved on the 2020 margin, if you count it up by counties, in basically a ton of them, 2,300 and counting. Trump poised to begin the second term here with the Senate back in Republican control. Chuck Schumer dethroned there. The House is still too soon to call. So we have a lot more counting to do. That is, of course, all the different parts of the country where it can take longer. Nothing unusual about that. So we just showed you some of how it went down last night, including the official calls and projections this morning. And then late today, Vice President Harris conceded and spoke to her supporters.
The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. When we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. Don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before.
Vice President Harris there addressing supporters and the wider movement around the country that feels this profound disappointment, even as we have, against the backdrop of that outcome, a surge for Donald Trump that will matter for some years to come. In tonight's program, we are going to go in more detail into what happened, the how, the why, and the what's next. I've heard more questions about what's next from people since these results started to become clear last night than any other single question. We do not claim all the answers tonight, but we will turn to that special report a little bit later. I wanted you to know that before I bring in our guests and this late bit of breaking news. The President Joe Biden, releasing his first statement on the election, saying Harris has been a tremendous partner and public servant full of integrity, courage, and character. She stepped up and led a historic campaign that embodied what's possible when guided by a strong moral compass and a clear vision for a nation. He has also reiterated his support for a peaceful transition of power and an offer to meet with President-elect Trump. We're joined now by Maya Wiley, who has run for office in her own right in New York and is currently president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and Washington Monthly correspondent Margaret Carlson. Maya, your thoughts today?
Today is a day that will go down in history, but it's going to go down in history in a very complicated way. And I think for so many of us, there are a lot of complicated feelings. And one of the most important things that I think for all of us to recognize, and I say this sitting from a perch that I'm privileged to hold in the nation's oldest and largest civil rights coalition in the country, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. We got over 240 national organizations, and we do look like America. But talking to all our leaders, talking to our communities, processing what happened, I think one of the things that we have to recognize is it's going to be a much more complicated conversation about what happened than we are going to get just from looking at data points. People aren't data points. And so critical that we not just start pointing fingers about who's at fault or who did what, but critically important to understand what people's needs are, what needs they needed to hear about getting met, and also how we consider how we feed and seed the ground so that people can have more relationship, more conversation, and more ability to understand the impact, not just of elections, but the policies that are behind them. Because I know that what so many of us are now bracing for is the very significant consequences on the actual lives of so many Americans, whether you're a white man working in a manufacturing plant, or a black woman who just wants to be a mother, or someone who's Latino and a citizen who wonders whether or not a family member who is not is going to be organized for and rounded up for mass deportation. That these are consequences that real families are going to feel, and we're going to feel it across communities, across race, across gender. And the thing that we have to do is find that place that says we do have not just a shared path, but a lot of shared needs, so we're going to have to find that path together.
Margaret, people are digesting this, they're trying to make sense of it. I want to put up Vanity Fair, of course, big magazine. They have a digital cover that you can see here that sort of goes through everything that he's been through, which did not stop him. And those are the judgments of the American people. In other words, unlike 16, much of this was known, adjudicated. It's not that people in our polarized America did not know about his treatment of women, his comments, him being found civilly liable for sexual assault, the New York case, January 6th. And yet, Margaret.
And yet, Ari, everything about Trump we did know in 2016. It's gotten a bit deeper, a bit worse, but it was all there. Is there anything worse than the Access Hollywood tape? And yet he went on to win the Electoral College. There's something about Trump is uncannily lucky in that he hits spots that just get people to overlook his bad side and look at the things that they want to see. I can't believe that half the country voted for mass deportation, to go back to Japanese internment camps. Maybe they either think he's lying, they must think he's lying, because I know half the country didn't vote for that. There are so many things that Trump put forward, enemy of the people, curtailing the FBI, that people don't want. They simply don't want. But on the other side, Democrats didn't prosecute the case against him that well. I think Kamala Harris picked up the reins and did a very good job. But, you know, to say that the economy is good when people still think the price of eggs is too damn high is not a winning message. So you've got to find another way to say, look what we did here. We brought inflation down. We had a soft landing. But I know you're still mad about grocery prices, and you feel it every time you go to the grocery store. Trump did a brilliant job of getting the bros, you know, with that transgender ad, terrible ad, you know, but Kamala's for they and them, and he's for you. That was that ad played maybe 10,000 times on football games. So, and he lost Latinos. And here's what strikes me, Maya's touch on it, is that things that you know should matter didn't matter. I don't understand how it doesn't matter that Trump is going to treat certain people as the enemy, and he's going to do various things to them because he's going to be a dictator from day one. I mean, I could go on. But also the other thing that the big mistake that Harris made was she shouldn't have stayed together with Biden for the sake of the party or the sake of the children. She had many opportunities to break, and instead, on The View, I think everybody remembers when she said, "I can't think of anything I would do differently."
Yeah, Maya, I'm curious if you want to speak to that. I mentioned that you've been a candidate, you've been around all this. Harris was given this unprecedented and strange assignment in a Democratic crisis, and I expect we'll be hearing more leaks and more of the full story about all of that. But then she had this 100-day sprint to compact into that things that more experienced candidates with everything behind them spend a year doing. And so she didn't have an answer worked out, as Margaret just said, on a straightforward question on The View when Sonny asked her, what's the difference? She didn't have a really developed narrative arc on some of the changes she'd made. Barack Obama and others have changed positions. Donald Trump doesn't even have full-blown positions on certain things. But she was so compacted into that and then running within the context of something that she didn't emphasize as much, and that I didn't last night, and I'm not today, saying we have data to support inferences about why people voted, but we know that there aren't a lot of black women elected politicians in office. And so all of that together, your thoughts?
Well, you know, one of the things, and Margaret has said so many really important things, and I think in particular the fact that a lot of people show up to the polls and they vote their feelings. They vote their current concerns, and if they haven't heard something that directly speaks to those concerns, you don't know really what they're going to do in the ballot box. But I say that because it's also very, 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 very hard to run for public office. It's even harder if you're a black woman, and it's even harder if you're a black Asian woman with a Jewish husband, and it's even harder if you had 100 days to run a campaign, and it's even harder when you're facing an opponent that's been running for 4 years before you, when you were just the vice president, and all of those things. And that's not an excuse. I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect candidate or a perfect campaign. None. We could sit here and digest all the mistakes Donald Trump made and still won. And he made huge mistakes. I mean, what really is at the base of this that I think we don't talk enough about is that we had a movement start in this country, and it was a right-wing extremist movement, and it was well-funded, and it was not a minority, and it started as the Tea Party. And we have been watching this build, grow, and one of the things that happened with Trumpism, what Donald Trump was able to accomplish in 2015, and that started to grow, was the amount of money and resources, $1.6 billion just in the hands of Leonard Leo, that was funding everything from scaring people about immigrants to scaring people about transgender people to scaring people about their schools and why their kids weren't having enough opportunity, and fear, 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 fear. But those seeds were planted, watered, and fertilized for years before Kamala Harris came to run for office. And the rest of us sitting in communities that know organizing did not have those resources. And it's very hard to make that up. And anybody who's running for office is not just running. They're not just running for themselves. They're running with a bunch of people. And if that ground is not, if they haven't been created, it's hard.
Yeah, they're in that chamber. Maya and Margaret, our leadoff guests here on our first broadcast since the election results came in. Thanks to both of you. As mentioned, my special report's coming up. Appreciate you both. And Gene Robinson is next. Stay with me.
Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up.
Vice President Harris speaking in her concession speech late today. We're joined now by Pulitzer Prize-winning Washington Post columnist Gene Robinson, an analyst who has covered many big elections for us. Your thoughts today?
Well, where to begin? First of all, we'll start with the Vice President's concession speech. I thought it was great. It was short. It was you got the emotion, but there was an action plan there, right? It's like nothing's over. We lost this campaign, and we lost this race, but the fight goes on. And I thought it was what the audience needed to see, certainly the audience of young people that was there at Howard. And I think it was what, the people, half the country that voted for her needed to hear. So my other thoughts, I've been thinking a lot today about self-care, actually. But how do you process this? How do we, in this half of the country, deal with what happened? Deal with another Donald Trump presidency, which was, for many people in the country, a traumatic 4-year experience. And here we go again. And so I wrote a column about that today, actually, about just how do you process it.
As Gene does.
Well, this is what
you
one
have
does.
A thought, then you write a column.
Then you write a column about it. And my thought is, well, first of all, you got to look at it, right? And you have to look at it. Right. And this was, Trump gained support in 90% of the counties in the country. Right. So this was not a really narrow thing. He's likely to win the popular vote as well as the electoral vote. So you got to just look at that. I mean, more than half of the country voted to return Donald Trump to the White House.
So let me turn you within that point. On the spectrum of this is not who we are, which we've heard a lot.
Yeah.
And this is America, as the great Donald Glover put it.
Yeah.
Where are you on that spectrum today?
Well, I'm past the halfway point toward this is America, right? This is America. I mean, the American people went to the polls yesterday, and this is the result. So we can't deny that this is us. It might not be me, it might not be you individually, but it's us, and we are all part of this. So how do we deal with it? I think we first sort of look at it and we own it, and we understand that it's real. But then we have to go on. So I think we don't have to carry around Donald Trump in our heads all of the time. And I think we need to find ways not to do that, because he will occupy as much mental space as he possibly can take up, right? Because he loves to be the center of attention, the center of everybody's attention. And so you remember what it was like. It's every single day. There was another performance, another episode of the reality show. And I'm just advising people to find some way not to get sucked into that, because it's so exhausting and debilitating. And it's not necessary. It's not productive. So let's do productive things. Let's build. Let's continue that fight, but let's continue it in ways that do not do self-harm.
Makes a lot of sense. And in closing, in thanking you, I will say we knew political Gene. That's you. We know Pulitzer Gene. We remind people of your accolades every time. But tonight, we got spiritual Gene.
Yes, spiritual Gene, Dr. Gene.
Thank you, Gene Robinson. I think that's food for thought. I encourage everyone to check out the column. Let me tell you what's coming up. It is our special report. How, why, and what can you do now? As some of you have asked me, that's my breakdown next. Donald Trump has won the presidency for the second time, a broader victory than his first election. Many people are asking, how? How did this figure, opposed by so many Americans, previously rejected in several elections, how did he come roaring back after all that to his most decisive broad victory yet? Well, a vote brings information. So here is some of the key new information in Tuesday's vote. Then I'll turn to the why and the what's next. How did Trump increase his support this much? He made inroads in groups that have been Democratic voters, going from about 32% of the Latino vote to 45%. That's a 13-point jump. It's a major shift reflected across the country. It was even higher in some key states where Trump campaigned. He won 50% of the Latino vote in North Carolina, 58% of it in Michigan. It's the first presidential race since abortion bans became law, but Donald Trump's coalition actually improved a bit among women, going up 3, even as he ran famously against this woman candidate. Trump is now the oldest candidate to win the White House, yet he intensely and repeatedly targeted young men and newer, younger mediums like digital media and podcasts. And he cut into the typical youth support that Democrats enjoy, improving about 6 points with voters under 30. And finally, a look at how Trump did this requires something. It requires that we look at the entire map beyond the swing states, because what you see here in total, and obviously it's all a lot of little indicators, but when you see it in total, much of the country moved towards the GOP, including in states like New York and New Jersey. You're looking at those arrows that show counties going towards Republicans, and you'll notice very little blue in the other direction. That's how Trump's winning coalition came together. Now, why? Why did he win those and other groups over? The answer matters for understanding reality, as reality really is. And in politics, the answers that people embrace matter a lot because they shape power and how others respond for even years to come. If everyone thinks a candidate won because his closing message denigrated Puerto Rico or because he acted bizarre on stage, then other candidates, notice the comparison here, will mimic that as a winning strategy, just as Trump's red MAGA style is echoed right down to the red tie by his political wannabes. So politicians often claim any victory is a mandate for their entire agenda. Then the actual governing begins, and some things are harder to enact than others. So why did Trump win this election? I just told you why the answers to that matter, but why did he win based on what voters did and said? Many, many voters said their top issue was the economy. It came second only to democracy, which, of course, was Harris's closing message, and it handily beat abortion, as you see here in the new numbers. Abortion was a vital issue for many, but it did not eclipse high prices and economic disruptions. And in a race that ran about 50 to 47, so pretty divided, take a look at this. 68% of voters came together on the view that this economy is poor or not so good. When you take the political question that Republicans first used against a one-term Democrat, you might remember, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Trump asked that a lot. 46% say worse off, only 24% say better, 30% about the same. That echoes numbers we've reported on. before the election about how most Americans think we are on the wrong track. And while Biden and Democrats did try to talk people out of that view, the reality they felt they were living, and pitch data on inflation fading a bit, which it was, one of the most striking findings in the electorate Tuesday is not about Biden or Trump's policies. It's not some embrace of everything Trump ever said or pitched. It's an electorate reeling from the hardship of high prices and inflation to a degree that many elites may not have experienced personally or always treated as a top issue. In just the last year, so not going all the way back to COVID or 2 years ago, in the last year alone, a majority said inflation caused them hardship, 22% saying severe. If you put that together in the numbers, as we discussed in our breaking election coverage on Tuesday night, 75% of voters feel that recent hardship from inflation. And Trump won those voters. He won those who said they face severe hardship by 50 points. This trend goes well beyond the United States or Donald Trump. Voters have been booting incumbent politicians over exactly this issue, economic pain after COVID, around the world. This went on in what you could call inflation elections in democracies ranging from UK to Poland to Argentina to India to South Korea to South Africa. This has been a thing that has been well known in many places that have no Trump. So if you listen to the voters, that's the largest overriding reason. If you listen to past elections, it's an iron law of politics that incumbents are most likely to lose when the economy is bad. And there's a reason the most famous political saying in American politics still remains, it's the economy, stupid, from our friend James Carville. Those trends suggest some reasons why voters who've long disliked Trump could pick him over the incumbent party's vice president. And by the way, voters still didn't begin liking Trump more. You should know. 53% of Tuesday's voters still view Trump unfavorably. That's most voters. But 9% of that group that view him unfavorably still voted for him. That's the breadth of voters going away from Dems and to the GOP. That is real. Even though you could also read this as going away from incumbents, who happen to be Democrats right now, overseeing high prices and inflation, and going towards the challenger, who happen to be red. As for Latinos, I mentioned earlier, they went towards Trump despite, not because of his campaign's rhetoric. The totals reflect a voting bloc that is diverse in its composition. What pollsters in the United States call Latino actually combines people with heritage from 29 different countries. And as I've told you before, they're diverse in their views. More Latino voters have begun backing stronger immigration enforcement in the last 3 years. The share backing a border wall jumped 12 points to 42%. Those views have been clear for some time. You can find that by listening to what the community tells pollsters in surveys, to what their leaders say about more support for stricter immigration controls. Now, those are just some of the big trends that come through in this election data, which is new to us, so we're learning new things together. There are other factors and nuance that I'm sure will be explored for a long time to come. But this brings me to the final section of my report for you. As many people wake up today and ask, what now? And that's not just Trump's political opponents. There are people across ideologies who have come together on backing the tenets of just trying to maintain in the United States the nonpartisan goal of the type of society that Trump has defiantly opposed: democracy, human rights, and some basic respect for fellow citizens. Not having a leader who talks in a way that would get you fired from your job or booted from a bar or worse. But one part of that process is, what now? Trump's Democratic opponents may have to assess their own party's shortcomings. I'm not talking about some immediate surrender to Donald Trump's worst appeals or mimicking him, but Democrats could have the same hard, factual conversations they so often demanded Republicans have about their side, especially in the last 8 years. And even with the big trends just mentioned, it is relevant when you look at the results and the reaction in the country that the Democratic Party basically spent a year shouting down legitimate questions about President Biden, held some primaries, picked the results there, the voters picked Biden, and then the party pushed him out in a rushed top-down process.
Relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers. It was a slow start. There's no question about that, but I thought it was a strong finish.
Kind of a DEFCON 1 moment.
We have breaking news here. President Biden has announced he will stand down from the race.
That process handed Kamala Harris the shortest runway ever for a new candidate against the headwinds I just mentioned. It skipped the voting process that all prior candidates tend to go through. Democrats may find some value in exploring how they're losing ground with working people, young people, and some minorities. And even beyond the incumbent trends I mentioned, for those surprised that there is this MAGA plan and argument out there, surprised by how it sounds and what they're pitching and how it evolved and where it had appeal, well, that may come from ignoring people and information that was available. It's not a surprise to viewers of this program. As you can see here, we have been hearing from Trump's top aides, from Bannon to Navarro to Miller. We've pressed and fact-checked them according to our journalistic mission, but we've also, through that process, listened and followed their evolutions. That would be part of any informed activity in being alive and being a citizen engaging in politics. Bowing out on that, ignoring what's happening, puts you in a bubble. And bubbles are not only artificial, I can tell you bubbles usually pop. Now, whether Democrats look in the mirror or people listen more, that's really the politics, probably for the politicians. That's not the whole part of this section, though, of my report for you tonight. What now for our civil society? These 8 years of Trumpism have brought us a more divided, vulgar, cynical, and dishonest discourse in public life because of him and his apparent resilience and success. The examples are well known. I'm not going to hash through them all right now, but he attacks elections and facts. He and his party attack voting rights, your very role in your democracy. And many may recoil from these election results or want to just ditch civic engagement. That's a choice. But that's exactly what they want. Remember, it's called voter suppression for a reason. Abandoning ship may save you, but it probably won't save the ship. History is also instructive here. In past times of unrest and talk of American fascists, remember, some of our counterculture leaders have talked about turning on, tuning in, and dropping out. And that is, of course, your choice. But maybe a better course is just taking a break, getting perspective, and locking back in. In or out of office, Donald Trump also attacks forces that have the power to possibly check him. So if you give up on voting, which obviously has that power, or you give up on the independent press, that's a pretty compliant response to someone trying to get you and the public to do just that. He has a playbook against journalists. We know across the world, politicians often try to abuse power against journalists, dissidents, artists with independence and with followings because they matter. And think about it. It's especially true when an opposition, meaning fact-checking, accountability, independent information, when it's rooted in facts or independence, it's especially powerful because it's different than the political opponents who can often be dismissed as simply competing for power of their own. We also have guardrails in terms of what now. Sometimes it's voters. Sometimes it's the law. I'm not sugarcoating history that we lived through. Donald Trump did exploit loopholes well known to many about our legal systems, that the rich and the powerful can evade laws that still bind others, that they get all kinds of special treatment, and then his Supreme Court also granted him a new set of powers he may now test. But that's only part of the story. He also was repeatedly blocked from abusing power, courts stopping his travel ban in its tracks, as you may remember. And when Trump did plunge into now proven convicted criminal plots, even though, yes, he was able to evade much for himself, his top aides were definitely held accountable, prosecuted, some imprisoned, as you see here, this very year. Trump's second-term hires could be more extreme. But remember, federal judges have life tenure. They can be a check. A president has no control over local and state courts or government in our federal system. And much of what I've said to you tonight is national in its nature, about the whole country, about the federal government. Many key tasks ahead are still at the local level. Your own school districts, your own libraries, your own local officials who are directly involved in your life that you might meet and spend time with regularly, that's not only a ripe area for civic engagement, could be more tangible and even less overwhelming for many people. So, maybe no one needs to do anything today, but even making a personal vow to at least reject that temptation, which is real, to drop out or prematurely surrender to the very apathy they want, that may be a start for you today. And as for what comes after that, I assure you, this is still a democracy, and we can still have a conversation and decide on what comes next together.
This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this.
Businessman Dana White speaking at Donald Trump's remarks last night as he pulled ahead in the Electoral College. We're joined by Obama campaign veteran Che Komanduri, who's been with us throughout this election. Welcome back, Che. I just went through the how, the why, and what's next. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll be really honest about this. You know, there are rational reasons, concrete reasons for why this defeat occurred. You know, you talked about them: inflation, immigration, discontent among non-college voters, particularly young voters who did not go to college. But as many times as I hear them, and I and you and everybody will be hearing them for the rest of our lives, it just doesn't, on some level, ever make sense to me. And that goes to why I was wrong about this election. You know, John Heilman, I mean, is it not John Heilman? It's John Meacham wrote that book, The Soul of America. You know, and I remember in 2017, he said he wouldn't have written that book if Trump had won the popular vote. Well, here we are.
Here we are.
You know, and last night I was thinking, oh my gosh, is that Madison Square Garden rally, is that the soul of America now? And the reality is that there is a dark part of the American soul, and Donald Trump appeals to it. And I think we make the mistake of thinking that the soul of America, as Joe Biden talks about, as John Meacham talks about, is this unitary one thing that is light and believes in equality and freedom and all these great virtues. But it also includes another part of our history, which I think African Americans and Native Americans are all too well acquainted with, a dark part, and Donald Trump speaks to that dark part. But there is a fight for that soul. It's not a situation where we just appeal to it and the votes come our way. We have to fight for it. And I think that that's really the task ahead of us, to be honest.
I appreciate your candor. It's rare in politics for somebody to even phrase it the way you just did. When you go inside under the hood and into the numbers, though, it's not that total vote, popular vote majority saying they like him. As I pointed out, to win 9% of the people who view you unfavorably is actually quite unusual in politics, and there will be many debates for many months about whether that's still some secret sort of fascination with him, this uber-famous reality show figure, or whether we're not so different from the other country flags I put up that have had an anti-incumbent backlash. And I heard from Democrats involved prior to Tuesday saying to even be close with these headwinds is big. That wasn't their closing message because it was true, but you know, your message is not just what's true. It's trying to motivate people. And the hardship numbers, I'll put them back up. 75% of the country felt severe or moderate hardship from these high prices of inflation in the last year, Che.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, we basically elected an authoritarian. I think somebody said that we definitely an authoritarian, and inflation's 2%, you know, and that just shows you a failure of communication, a failure to connect with voters. You know, if there's a big takeaway, it is that we cannot be the college-educated party. I mean, that is what we are. And, you know, Harris did increase among college-educated women. And it's great that we have college graduates and that educational attainment is a great thing, and it's great that we encourage it. But the reality is that we are not connecting with non-college voters. And now,
do you think, let me jump in, because do you think, because you're speaking to this and you spoke to racism and civil rights, do you think a party that used to talk about welcoming people into a long-term civil rights process has become a party that, fairly or not, is heard as scolding and judging a ton of people?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a tone. I think James Carville has talked about it. That is very off-putting to people who did not go to college. I talked about the soul having parts. I mean, Plato actually said that the soul has three parts. It has a rational part, it has an emotional part, and it has kind of an appetitive, destructive part. And we know what Donald Trump appeals to, and we appeal to the rational part, but we have to appeal more to the emotional part.
A great point, and Che, a great point on a lighter note. I would say if Plato were here and alive today, I fear he would be among the college-educated elite. And there is part of the paradox. We appreciate your candor.
Yeah.
Che, I'm out of time, or I'd stay longer. We got Rachel coming up. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back.
This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged.
Vice President Harris, late today, answering that age-old question, what time is it? Her heartfelt speech to supporters tried to summon an energy, even an optimism amidst what is a major setback. Millions of people grappling with what that loss means, as we have been covering this today without fear or favor, what the facts and data show and what the American people said, as well as what people who still care about democracy and many of the things that Donald Trump defiantly stands against, what people can do. In that spirit, I want to make sure you know that we have this special 4 minutes away. Rachel Maddow leading our full team coverage. The first remarks from Harris, tackling these big questions. Rachel and the whole team next.
All right, you guys, we were made for this. We were made for this. This is what we trained for. Have you taken your deep breaths? Have you, in fact, hydrated? Have you had any sleep? I know you didn't. We didn't either. But, you know, we now have got stuff to do. We really were, in some important ways, as Americans, made for this. If this was an election that was not just a choice between two candidates, but it was a choice between keeping the American system of government or trading it in for a strongman authoritarian system instead, then the decisive result of this election gives us not just an answer to the question as to what Americans want to do along those lines, it also gives us a really big to-do list as Americans. If you are an American citizen who does not want to ashcan the American system of government, who doesn't want a strongman authoritarian system where the whole government is one guy and everything else just exists to serve him, if that is not the kind of country that you want, then yesterday's election means you have more to do for your country than you have ever done before. Because now is when the rubber really hits the road, right? We don't just flip a switch and the American system of government is gone, democracy is gone. It doesn't work like that. I mean, not to be boring here for a second, but just getting very real, we now are just another one in the list of countries that has decided to, you know, hey, what the heck? Let's try the strongman thing. Let's let democracy go. Let's put in an all-powerful guy instead, see how it goes. There are many more countries in the world governed by that kind of a system than there are governed by ours. We are the only 248-year-old multiracial, pluralistic democracy in the world. And shall we keep it? A lot of our fellow Americans say we shouldn't. Now we know. Now we know for sure. But a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, say we should keep that system, which means time to fight for it. And yes, Americans did fight for it by working on this election, by trying to get the candidate elected who was both the Democrat and the small d Democrat. She didn't win. The strongman candidate won instead. But now history doesn't end. Time doesn't stop. Now we have the benefit of knowing, how this has gone in every other country that has been through a democracy to authoritarian transition. And sadly, there are a lot of them. We have the benefit of seeing what's happened in those other countries, though. And what we know is that the more ground the authoritarian takes, the harder it is to ever get that ground back. And so the first order of business is to stop them from taking any uncontested ground right from the outset when it comes to what our system of government is and what our democracy is. Right? We know from other countries' experiences that quickly, I mean now, in the next few weeks, if not the next few days, they are going to start pushing to see how far the country is going to let them go without pushback, without protest. And part of this is because it's just psychologically advantageous for them to do this now, right? They're counting on the half the country that voted against them, the half the country that doesn't want to give up our system of government. They're counting on all those tens of millions of Americans to be despondent, to feel powerless, to check out, which, of course, would mean letting them do what they want, letting them run the table. What they really don't want is for the half the country that voted against them, the half the country that wants to keep our democracy. What they really don't want is for those tens of millions of Americans to wake up tomorrow feeling scrappy as hell, feeling, sure, regretful about the election outcome, but also, frankly, freed up from having to spend all of our time working on the election. So now we can work full-time on being fricking pirates, on being a thorn in the side to anyone who now intends to try to turn this country into some tin pot tyranny. What they want least of all is to realize that half the country went to bed sad tonight, but then woke up tomorrow fired up with a new sense of purpose, knowing that apparently this is what we're on this earth to do as American citizens in this generation. Because history did not just end. Time did not just stop. We just got marching orders from the universe and the Electoral College that as of today, American citizens who do want to hold on to democracy, we know exactly what we're going to be spending the next days and weeks and likely years of our life working on. And the strategic first moves come into focus quickly when you think about what other countries have shown us about how hard it is to regain democratic ground once an authoritarian leader has taken that ground. And the work has to be done now. The work that has to be done now, it has to happen in sort of every aspect, every corner of our society. The U.S. military needs to give the American people binding assurances that they will not deploy U.S. military force against the civilian population in this country. They can give those assurances, and now they should. The free press needs to give the people of this country assurances that they will not become state TV, that they will stand and fight together. They will put aside rivalries and petty professional differences. They will stand and fight together as the free press, as the fourth estate, as an institution that is a pillar of our democracy, as these guys on the other side inevitably start picking off individual journalists, individual publishers, individual news organizations to try ultimately to turn us all into some American accented version of RT. If the Democratic Party takes the House, expect Article 1 of the Constitution to come under attack. By which I mean expect efforts to hollow out the power of Congress, to make Congress a just-for-show institution, right? There's a reason actions of the Russian Duma never make news, right? Expect efforts to attack Article 1, to make it a just-for-show institution that has had its real powers taken over by the executive, by the dear leader. We are going to need a plan and some steel spine inserts among elected officials in Washington to head that off. We're going to need the whole country to recognize that risk in advance, to call it what it is when they try it, and to actively resist it. Depending on whether the courts can provide a check on this administration, Expect Article 3 of the Constitution to come under attack as well. It is already a fetish and a laugh line on the right to brag about how court orders really mean nothing and physical force and violence is what ultimately really decides what's allowed. Well, we have to decide if that laugh line from them is going to become our reality or whether we're going to resist that. We need a plan and some steel spine inserts among members of the judiciary to head that off. We're going to need the whole country to recognize that risk in advance. We're going to need every lawyer in the country to recognize it as their calling to fight it. We're going to need to call it what it is when it inevitably happens, and we're going to have to actively resist it. And then there's civil society. Is there a more boring term in the world that doesn't include the word committee or budget? No, there isn't. Civil society, though, is kind of where the rest of us are at, right? Civil society is one of the things that I think of as soft food for authoritarians. They often don't even have to bite that hard to crush it. All the organizations, membership groups, advocacy groups, professional associations, every voluntary group of every kind in the country, everything in organized American life and culture that is not business and not the government either, that is civil society. And authoritarians need to crush that because it's not about them. Strongmen leaders have a tendency to become not just leaders of the government, not just dictators, but totalitarians, because they can't have anything going on in the country that isn't about them or for them. And a strong civil society, therefore, must be crushed, right? If you have a strong civil society, that gives people breathing room to think for themselves, to organize in their own interests, to speak with the power of more than just one person. We need assurances from civil society leaders today that they're not going anywhere and that they will fight for our democracy too. And frankly, it's not just the leaders. We all need to participate in more civil society things than we have before to make sure that we are taking up space that otherwise they're going to try to take for the government and the dear leader. And what I mean by this, in short, is join something. Doesn't really matter what it is. But you want right now to be connected to other Americans and not isolated on your own. So deep breaths. Hydrate. Maybe time to get back in shape. Do you have any burned bridges in your past? Unburn them. Reconnect with people, whether it's your family or the people on your block or in your town, your old friends from school, that book club, that indivisible group, maybe. Reconnect or connect for the first time. Join something. Join something. If this election was about one candidate who stood for the American form of government and another who stood for getting rid of that because America's a garbage can and I alone can fix it, just give me all the power and I'll do it all. If that was the choice in this election, then the aftermath of the American people making the choice they did in this election is not just the end, right? It's not just, oh, it's over. It means we're now entering into a contest. It will now be an effort on his side to put that into practice, right? To put strongman authoritarian government into practice. And it will be an effort on the other side, an ongoing, continuing, and now newly urgent effort on the other side to let him know that it's not going to be easy. These next few days and weeks, if they really are going to try to dismantle the American form of government, including firing all federal employees, right, including rounding up their enemies, including opening internment camps to hold millions of people, threatening military force against their perceived enemies, if they really are going to try to undermine the American system of government, which is what they've made this campaign about, then in the next days and weeks, they are going to be testing to see what they can get away with without pushback. They are going to do the things they can do easily, and they will have to put off the things that turn out to be hard. So what's going to be hard for them? That's where the American people come in. We do not only work for our country and for our democracy in elections. We work for our country and for our democracy against anyone, anywhere, anytime who seeks to do it harm. And so there's a lot to do. Time doesn't stop. History doesn't stop. We have stuff to do. Millions of Americans woke up today to the realization that although you worked as hard as you could to try to bring about the election outcome you wanted, you did not get the election outcome you wanted. And so now what that means is that there is a whole new raft of stuff to do. Hope you are feeling scrappy. Hope you are tapping into your inner pirate energy. Because it is one thing to be a defender of the realm. It is another thing to be in opposition. And opposition can be a lot of things. It can be dangerous. It can also be fun. It would have been nice to win the election. Didn't. Okay. Time to save the country.
And no pressure at all. None at all. Once you're hydrated, you need to connect with the fact that a defining feature of Trump 2.0 is the promise to decimate American communities by targeting immigrants for mass deportations. Now, this could amount to the expulsion of millions of people who are already contributing members of our society and who live here with their families. On election night, MSNBC's Paula Ramos joined mixed-status families in Phoenix, Arizona, to monitor the outcomes and to listen to their fears and concerns. And here is what some of them had to say.
Es algo muy espantoso y me da mucha ansiedad pensar en lo que esto significará por la comunidad inmigrante, siendo hija de papás inmigrantes y indocumentadas. También me da mucha ansiedad.
Ahorita mismo no sé qué sentir. Creo que solo me da mucho miedo, como no solo por mi familia, pero todas las familias como en mi comunidad.
Now, having heard that, it must be said that Donald Trump made major gains with Latino voters, particularly Latino male voters, last night. And joining me now from Phoenix to unpack all of that is MSNBC contributor Paula Ramos. She is the author of Defectors, The Rise of the Latino Far Right and What It Means for America. The perfect person to talk to on this point. Paula, talk about the family that you were with. They talked about some of their fears. Say a little bit more about that and what they're expecting to happen starting next January.
Yeah, Joy, this is when it feels real, right? I spent the night with those families that we just saw, mixed status families that I have to say at the beginning of the night were holding on to some form of hope, believing that this country, maybe for a minute, would reject Donald Trump's vision for America. At the end of the night, though, they understood that this is a country that chose mass deportations, which has become the core of Trumpism, a country that chose to separate families like them. And so I think this is the moment when things start to feel real, Joy. These words, these visions, these things that Donald Trump has said, it's real now, not January 20th, because this is the moment when Renata and Regina, those two young girls that you saw, right now, as we're speaking, her parents are actively thinking about self-deporting to Mexico. Fidel, the young Latino man that you saw, his mom, who's undocumented, is completely overwhelmed with fear. Today, I spoke to immigrant families, a woman called Lupita, who's thinking about who is going to have custody of her child, of her daughter. And so I think what's important to stress here is that this isn't just now the reality in a place like Arizona. There are over 22 million people in this country that live in mixed status families. We're talking about over 10 million U.S. citizens. And so what is happening is that we have pushed a new chapter in American history that may see a chapter where we will see mass deportations, mass family separations of American people.
And we've seen that a spokesperson for Donald Trump says the incoming administration will, in fact, begin the largest mass deportation effort in history. They said it was a promise that Donald Trump made to his constituents, and so they're going to do it. So this is not a theoretical thing at this point. So you have talked to people in Border Patrol who have said to you, oh, it won't be racial profiling, how it's going to be done. Walk us through what that would actually look like if a family like the one that you spoke with was subject to this.
Look, I think we don't know many things, but we do know what you just said. They will try. They will try no matter what. And I think what's important to realize, particularly given this idea that over 40% of Latinos voted for someone like him, we have to realize the following. If you're a black and brown person in this country right now, inevitably, we will all be part of the racial profiling that will inevitably ensue if these mass deportations unleash. We don't know who will be sort of deemed American enough in the eyes of Trump's America, right? This is the moment when Trump gets to look at us and decide who is American looking enough. history has already taught us something. You and I have talked about this, Joy. Operation Wetback taught us that they didn't just deport over 1 million Mexican immigrants. Part of those over 1 million people that were deported also included U.S. citizens. Why? Because it was an administration that literally targeted people that were Mexican-looking. And so now we are staring at the real possibility, this real question that we've been talking to for many, many, many months at this point, which is who looks undocumented? Who looks like an immigrant? And we don't know the answer to that question, but we do know, to Rachel's point, that this is a time to organize, to resist, and to do what people in Arizona have done for a really long time, which is protect their immigrant communities. This is not new for them.
One of the things in terms of this mass deportation, and they were talking about up to 11 million people, Donald Trump, just during the campaign, has talked about expanding workplace raids to identify and apprehend undocumented immigrants, meaning small business owners could see their business places raided to see who is documented and who is not, invoking, and Donald Trump has said this himself, invoking the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to declare an invasion, and that was the law that was used to intern Japanese Americans during World War II. So we're talking about something for which there's already law on the books, and building new detention camps. I was in South Texas, in Tornillo, and I saw that they know how to do this. Like, they've built detention camps before, so this is not theoretical. This happened when the child separation policies happened. And so given all of that, you wrote the book, and I am reading Defectors right now, and in many ways it's quite depressing to think that Latinos would be in favor of this, but some are, and you've spoken with some of them. A majority of Latino men voted for Donald Trump. In your view, did they vote for him thinking that somehow he didn't mean them? Because some of them likely live in mixed status families too.
Absolutely. Look, I think this is a story that has yet to be determined. We don't know many things, and that is the answer, right? We don't know the story of the Latino vote, but here's what we do know. We do know that Trump was able to tap into, to your point, very real racial and ethnic grievances. He was able to tap into a very real moral panic. He was able to tap into sort of this romanticized version that we have with authoritarianism. And I don't know that these are things, the sort of rightward shift. I do not know, Joy, if these are things that we can explain just through politics, right? Just through Trumpism. I think we may have to dig deeper to our culture, to our history, to sort of the weight of colonialism, understand the way that sort of this racial baggage that we carry from Latin America, perhaps that explains some of the anti-immigrant narratives that have suddenly become so embedded within us. Perhaps the sort of traditionalism, the weight that that has had on our moral values, perhaps that helps explain why this anti-trans message really resonated with Latino men. Perhaps our own very complicated history with authoritarianism, maybe that helps explain why some people do sort of find strongman rule appealing. And so I think what we do have to do is kind of take a step back and understand that we don't know a lot of these answers. We don't know what is happening. And it is okay to understand that we are not a monolith, right? That Latino voters today have sent a very, very, very different message, and we need to understand what that means.
Indeed. Paula Ramos, an excellent, exceptional journalist, and we know that you will be one of the people doing the groundwork of journalism that we're going to need in this moment. Paula, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Rachel.
Paula, I will say, Paula's book on the appeal of the far right to Latinos in this era, in this political moment. Jen, you just said in the break that it's going to be, or Chris, you just said in the break that it's going to be the what's the matter with Kansas for this election, that I think it is going to be seen as a little bit of a Rosetta Stone for people to try to understand the biggest the biggest single crosstab, right? The biggest electoral shock in terms of the polling and understanding the shift in the electorate.
Yeah, and I think one of the things Paola was on my podcast a few weeks ago, actually. We had long conversations, the run-up, and I think, you know, all this stuff is complicated, and I just like when we're doing this always, just to like remember that we're talking at these enormous demographic groups of millions of people across all sorts of different places. And like when we start doing the analysis, we like, you know, a bunch of different people's aggregated decisions. It is very clear there is a big shift of Latino voters towards Donald Trump. We can see that in the actual, not just exit data, but like the physical data, like the precincts in areas. Like, we know this happened. It's not a mirage.
A bigger shift than any other individual demographic shift that we can identify.
Latino men, although it also appears that Latino women moved towards him, but not as much, right? The reasons that happened are like complex and overdetermined. And one of the things I just want to always be careful of in sort of post-election analysis is like a little bit of these sort of like thinking about like demographic electoral colleges. Like, well, you won Minnesota and you won Kentucky. And it's like all this stuff is margins. Like there's millions of people and people are weird and strange and they move in all sorts of different ways. There are real trends happening here. And one of the last things I would say, and Paola and I talked about this in my podcast, is people sometimes view Trump's comments about immigrants through the lens of race, and that's 100% understandable because it is a racial appeal. But people across the world, demagogues, have had a lot of success with xenophobia against people that were not racially different than them. There are huge demagogic political movements in Colombia about the Venezuelans who are from next door. Pakistan just kicked out a whole bunch of Afghan refugees. Like, this idea of the foreigners are coming does not necessarily appeal to people's racial solidarity if they see the foreigner as different. Right. And that is something that is potent politics across the world in all kinds of different places, from Asia to Africa to Latin America to Europe to the U.S.
But can I just say that, you know, coming from an immigrant family, there is this sort of trying to be super American when people come here, because I know some African immigrants who are all the way Trump. And it's this idea of, I want to be with the side that's waving the biggest flag. I want to fit in. And there is a huge element, to be honest, of anti-blackness in a lot of this. Anti-black Americanness specifically. And Paola and I have talked about this, that there is a part of that anti-blackness is a piece of it. Even though Enrique Tarrio, who's the head of the Proud Boys, is a black Latino. But he's down with white supremacists. Down with them. And there's this idea that I'm black, but I'm not black. I may look black to you. I may be black if I'm walking through Bloomingdale's and get followed around. But in my mind, I'm identifying with whiteness because whiteness means privilege and it means not being a black American. This has to be unpacked because this shift among Latino men is significant. And it says something about where we're going in this country, about whether we can create an appeal. There's also, the last thing I will throw in, is the creation of the idea that everything that Vice President Harris was proposing is communism. That is a potent argument for a lot of Latinos, and it worked.
I was just going to add, I mean, I think we were just talking before the break about kind of this moment, and everybody wants an answer because you want a solution, and if you have an answer, then you can fix what just happened last night. And I think this moment calls for a lot of humility and maybe not over-concluding, right? What every big demographic group, why they moved in a certain way. And so your point on communism, if you talk to Latinos in Florida, and all Latinos are, of course, not monolithic, communism, socialism, to some abortion, it's not the agenda that they want to align themselves with, right? So as I was listening to Paola, which is, it's horrible to hear everything she was just saying. This is something we should be talking about. Donald Trump is telling us what he's going to do. But I also think we don't yet know exactly why each of these groups voted for Donald Trump. And we need to listen, we need to not overly conclude, and we need to be humble about what we don't know in this moment.
And I think Paola, I think to her credit, is saying that, saying like, listen, this is what I've been studying, this is what I just wrote my book about. And now, as a country, if we really want to understand this, there's so much more work that needs to be done in order to unpack it. I just feel like her honesty on that is really
Well, let me take the humility note and begin with, I don't know what Donald Trump's going to do. I have no idea what he's going to do. And I especially don't know what he's going to do just because he says he's going to do something. So, is mass deportation going to become repeal Obamacare? I don't know. What I do know is it was not in his speech last night. What I do know is in that moment when he had the country's attention, there were only 2 words in the speech that were policy, and that was cutting taxes. That is what he did do before. That is what I'm willing to bet he will do this time, is cut taxes. But, you know, Donald Trump knows, he saw that vote, right? The Republican Party saw that vote, that very significant Latino male vote. Do they then want to go attack that community? Do they then want to go into the homes of those voters and their cousins and start to try to extract people from that bedroom and leave the others in that bedroom? Just as a political matter, just as politicians, a Republican Party of politicians, do they want to do that? The way I'm going to cover this is when they do it. I'll report to you what they say, but I will not believe what Donald Trump says is what Donald Trump's going to do, except cutting taxes.
Yeah.
If there is one mantra that I considered having tattooed on myself at the end of the first Trump term, it was watch what they do, not what they say. And I do feel like we sort of coined that out of necessity in the moment, and I have never, ever, ever felt like anything was more truly derived from a news environment than that.
And just one footnote, one footnote to mass deportation. And this is something we can all do and will be doing in our shows. The logistics of this. Let's report on the logistics of this. What would it take to move 11 million people out of the country? How many personnel in law enforcement? They don't exist in this country. How many would it take to get 1 million people moved out of this country? We will get into reporting the logistics of this, and you're going to see we do not have the law enforcement personnel who can possibly do that, and you're not going to be able to say to state police forces in California or elsewhere, hey, we'd like you to do this job for us.
And if you're going to do it, the only people who can appropriate the money is the House. And if Hakeem Jeffries is Speaker of the House, that would be a roadblock.
Yeah, what I'm interested in here is not what it would take to do it, but what it would take to stop it.
That's it, too.
Right.
Coming up next, someone I'm very excited to talk about in this moment, editor-in-chief of The New Yorker magazine, David Remnick's going to be here on set with us. Stay with us. So you're absorbing the news today. You woke up and you thought, oh yeah, this is real, this is happening. And then as you're going about doing your stuff that you got to do over the course of the day, individual realizations keep stopping you in your tracks. The names being floated to potentially take top positions in Donald Trump's second administration. Anti-vaccine conspiracy theorist and chemtrails villain, RFK Jr. in charge of public health. Eccentric far-right billionaire Elon Musk promising a massive austerity program that he is explicitly warning will create, quote, hardship for American families. Rick Grinnell, best known for traveling the world on Trump's behalf, offending and angering all of our allies, bringing them to sputtering rage. How about him for Secretary of State? What a world. Right-wing authoritarian leaders around the world celebrating Trump's win as a validation of their own visions. The president of Ukraine now in its third year of fighting a Russian invasion, posting a note of congratulations to Trump that doubled as effectively a desperate plea for Trump not to cut off Ukraine, to not have the United States effectively switch sides to Russia's side in that war, as Trump is widely expected to try to do. It's a lot. What to make of all this? We have the man who you might most want to ask if you had the choice. David Remnick, for over a quarter century, has been the editor-in-chief of the preeminent English language magazine in the world, The New Yorker. David, thanks for being here.
It's great to be here, I think. I think.
What is your...
I saw RFK Jr.'s name, and I just worry not only about vaccines. Am I going to have to go to France to get toothpaste to smuggle in because it has fluoride? It's not funny at all, but it is bizarre world, and the possibilities are endless. Grinnell as Secretary of State or National Security Advisor, it's upside down world.
I want to talk about America in the world and the reaction from world leaders. And I'm sure you saw that social media post from Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, imagining a world in which America is allied, for example, in that war, not with Ukraine, but with Russia. Imagining a world in which Elon Musk, who's apparently been given the job of being in charge of the government, is having ongoing secret communications with Putin, including turning on and off his satellite network to benefit Russian troops and hurt Ukrainian troops. I mean, it's a profoundly different world. It doesn't make the world spin differently on its axis, but it might mean that we're in the axis instead of in the allies this time. How do you see it?
Well, it's hard to imagine somehow the spectacle of Vladimir Putin laughing, but I guarantee you that was his expression and that was his reaction and his glee when he received the news of this, not only Trump's victory, but a resounding victory. This is everything he hoped for and imagined when he went to the Munich Security Conference and basically declared not just opposition to the West, but a kind of waging a kind of new Cold War against the West. And you know, Trump is his fondest dream. It's not just a matter of he's going to go to Zelensky. Trump is going to go to Zelensky and say enough already and time to give over the Donbass and Crimea and call it a day. Trump's presence on the scene, his rhetoric, his lack of any fealty to the truth is exactly what Putin believes in. Putin is the ultimate relativist. He tells you that there is no democracy. There's only hypocrisy. So therefore, any pretense to global leadership or human rights is all a farce. And this is at the center of Trump and Trumpism as well. And it's going to have even more tragic consequences, I fear, this time around than last time.
David, I think Washington for generations has defined the world in terms of serious countries and the less serious around the board. And that one of the definitions of the serious country is the serious people who have the serious jobs. And so when Vladimir Putin hears the list that Rachel just recited about who could be in this government, who might be Secretary of State, with your experience in Moscow, what is his reaction to that? And was he ever trying to assemble a group of clowns? Or did he think, no, I want my best foreign minister I can get?
Well, he has this sense that he can do it all himself, first of all, that all important decisions he can make. He has not a great deal of interest in information and fact and learning or history. He is not, Trump is a very skillful demagogue. He's a very skillful autocrat. We found out to our pain. But there's no respect for, regard for, or interest in a sense of what's right or a sense of history. And I think Putin, who is, alas, very intelligent and is very skillful, just sees him as a dupe. We saw this in Helsinki. We saw this over and over again. And that's not going to change. So all the people today who are giving us moral instruction on how we should calm down and who are saying that the reason this all happened is because of woke or the 16 other reasons that have been laid out in front of us ought to wake the hell up and realize that the consequences that are going to be exacted on the global scene, human consequences, whether it's in the Far East or in Ukraine or Russia itself, are going to be grave, assuming that everything you said, watch what people do, not what they say. I actually think, with respect, I think one should listen very carefully to what Trump says. I think he's the guy that comes out and says, this stuff that's on my teleprompter, don't pay attention. Listen to what I'm saying. And I think he's usually pretty good on that. I think he reveals himself and he acts on it. He acts on impulse completely, and that's where I think foreign affairs is going. We're slave to the impulses of Donald Trump.
Do you see more potential damage in foreign policy than domestic policy?
Do I have to choose?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
How do you begin to compare them?
Right.
You just had a guest on who was astonishing, describing the possibility of mass deportation, the cruelty of that, the politics of that, the divisiveness of that, the cost, the human cost of that. On the other hand, I was talking to Ukrainian journalists in a kind of Zoom literary festival. This is all they wanted to know. What will Trump mean for us? A look of terrible desperation on their face. And they've been through hell. And they have held up the banner for independence and liberty and sovereignty, everything we supposedly believe in now for a couple of years, at tremendous human cost to their country, tremendous material cost to their country. And now suddenly it could turn on a dime and get horrifically worse.
I want to ask about one other world leader who was celebrating last night, which is Benjamin Netanyahu, clearly, who's been in constant contact with Donald Trump and who engineered a series of maneuvers in the last week clearly timed to the American election, which involved implementing the so-called general's plan, which was essentially a kind of full evacuation and pummeling of northern Gaza. It has now been declared, like, I don't know what evacuated. this is very controversial in Israel. He then fired the very popular defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who has been part of the unity government.
Who's hardly some
No,
left-wing
he's a
figure.
Likud, right?
Yeah.
This has provoked protests in the country. And I think my interpretation of this from abroad is that Netanyahu is sort of waiting to see who won, to see what he was going to do and whether he was going to resettle Gaza, essentially.
He fired him on the day of the election. It's not a...
What do you think the
implications are? The communists used to say not by chance.
Yeah, what do you think the implications are of Trump's election for that?
Trump's message to Netanyahu was, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. Now, I think it's incredibly complex. To me, Gaza and the obliteration of Gaza and the tens of thousands of deaths there is one set of moral questions, and I think it's horrific. There is also the question of the very true encirclement of Israel by Hezbollah, by Iran, and what's to be done there. That's another set of questions to me. But this requires people with a sense of strategy and tactics and intelligence and patience and the deployment of American power. I can't say by any stretch of the imagination that the Biden administration deployed its influence in an optimal way. I mean, at great human cost. I think that argument can be made, and I would make it. But it is a deeply complex set of questions that, you know, I don't think that Donald Trump has the slightest interest in, save for the mercenary interest. And one topic that hasn't come up, I think, in the last 20 minutes, but it probably will, is the depths of corruption that come along with an autocrat like this. You know, the family's own enrichment, the enrichment of the oligarchs that surround Donald Trump is going to be spectacular. To hear that Elon Musk is going to be in charge of an austerity plan.
It's really wild.
I mean, you can't make this up.
Yeah.
An austerity plan.
David Remnick, editor of The New Yorker, it is kind of you to break away from your labors to be here with us today.
Privilege.
It's good to have you here. If you are the governor of a state that pretty publicly, pretty emphatically disagrees with Donald Trump and his professed agenda, your job as a governor just got much, much, much more important to the country and potentially to the world. One of those governors is going to join us next here live. Stay with us. So the last time he was president, Donald Trump picked a lot of fights with blue state leaders. He deliberately withheld disaster relief funds from places like California and Washington. He slow-rolled COVID aid to places like New York and New Jersey. He threatened to unleash the National Guard on protesters in blue states. In that time, Democratic leaders in the states emerged as a check on Trump's instincts and on his power. In Massachusetts, to name just one state, then Attorney General, now Governor Maura Healey, took then President Trump to court dozens of times on issues ranging from environmental policy to insurance coverage for contraception. Now that Trump is coming back, are the blue state governors ready? Are they more ready than they were the last time? Lawrence.
Well, joining us now is the governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey. Governor, thank you very much for joining us on this important night. As you know, Donald Trump has lost in Massachusetts 3 times in a row. You know that you have citizens of Massachusetts who are afraid of what is coming in a Trump presidency. What can the people of Massachusetts and what can people of other states expect from their governors? What can people of Massachusetts expect from you in this Trump administration, in situations where you might find yourself opposed to the Trump administration?
Yeah. Well, good evening, Lawrence. And look, this is it's a challenging time for our country. And, you know, I will say it quite simply, and that is we're going to show up and do our job. Tomorrow I'll be traveling out to Holyoke, Massachusetts to open a new veterans home, you know, as we commemorate Veterans Day next week. I think it's really important, and what you'll see from my colleagues is we're going to show up and continue to work on the issues that really matter to constituents in our state. I'm a state of 7 million people. 36% of them voted for Donald Trump. So, while Massachusetts went blue, I also am a governor for everyone, and I think that's how we all look to serve. I can tell you, though, that what you have been talking about, what Trump laid out, he's given us the playbook. Whether he looks to implement or make good on it, we will see. But we know what the playbook is. And I can assure you that I will work closely with my colleagues, and you will see state governors, attorneys general, other elected officials, mayors, working together to hold the line once again on the rule of law, on democracy, and on looking out for residents in our states. And that includes protecting rights and freedoms that we hold dear.
If the Trump administration requests it, would the Massachusetts State Police assist in mass deportations?
No, absolutely not. But, let me say this. I do think it's important that we all recognize that there's going to be a lot of pressure on states and state officials. And I can assure you we're going to work really hard to deliver. Some realities also need to be, noted, and that is in 2016, we had a very different situation in the courts. And while I'm sure there may be litigation ahead, there's a lot of other ways that people are going to act and need to act for the sake of their states and their residents. There's regulatory authority and executive powers and the like. There's legislation also within our states. So I think that the key here is that every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states, and certainly to hold the line on democracy and the rule of law as a basic principle, right? The other thing, though, Lawrence, I just want to encourage people at home listening tonight. We need to do, as the Vice President said today, which is get engaged, stay engaged. Elections happen every year in our country. They happen for school committee, for city council, for state legislature. It's super important that people not get checked out, that they actually work for and continue to work for the kind of government and representation that we want. I don't believe that Trump supporters and voters actually wanted to elect a king. I don't believe that Trump voters wanted to elect an authoritarian. And, I think that's important. I think the Democratic Party, we have work to do, and we need to learn the lessons from this election when, so many Americans, well over 60%, are living paycheck to paycheck. I believe that the Democratic policies are actually the ones that deliver for people on higher wages, on health care, on better access to education and opportunity. So we've got a communication issue as well. But, it's going to take work by all of us, not just those with the privilege of serving in office, but also those out there who are at home and are wondering what to do. Get involved. Go to meetings. Post. Write your paper. Run for office or support those who are running for office in local and state elections. And, I do think we see glimmers of hope. And what is, I will say, knowing Donald Trump very, very well, and knowing what he did for 4 years in this country to so many people that really took us backwards and hurt so many. I will say there are glimmers of hope. In North Carolina, 2 Democrats were elected in statewide office as governor and as attorney general. We had 10 abortion ballot initiatives on and around the country. The vast majority of those were successful in protecting women's access to reproductive health care and abortion. And that's something that I know I will fight for and work to maintain here in Massachusetts, and my Democratic colleagues will as well. We also had Wisconsin. Credit to Governor Tony Evers. He fought hard for fair redistricting maps. And as a result, the Wisconsin state legislature changed and Democrats, picked up a number of seats. So, look for the glimmers of hope. Let's continue to do the work. I'm certainly going to fight hard to hold the line and to protect people here in our states and to meet people where they are, particularly around affordability. I know when I lowered taxes last year, I know when I was able to pass a bill that's going to create a lot more housing in our state, drive down costs. That means something to people. We've worked to lower health care costs in the state. We've got to continue on that front.
Governor Maura Healey of Massachusetts, thank you very much for joining us.
Good to be with you.
Rachel?
It's good to have her here. Good to hear what she's actually got to say there. Living in Massachusetts, I know a lot about a lot of what she's talking about. It's good to hear it. Civil rights lawyer Sherilyn Ifill is going to join us at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our second hour of our special election coverage. Everyone today, I think, is making sense, to the extent it's possible, of what happened last night. Fair to say that most of the people watching right now, all of the people, I think, up here on this panel, I think it was a very bad outcome for the country. I certainly do. But there's a question of why it happened and what comes next. And I do actually think it's really important to be as clear-eyed as possible about why it happened and what happened. Donald Trump won a majority of votes in the Electoral College, and for the first time in his 3 presidential runs, he appears poised to win the national popular vote. But if you look at why he won, I also think it's clear it was primarily the driver, a rejection of the status quo in a period where many voters feel alienated from their leaders and squeezed by high prices. The right track, wrong track numbers were 2-to-1, people saying the country's on the wrong track. And here's the thing that's really important. They feel that way across the Western world, where incumbent parties, left, right, and center, have met the exact same electoral fate post-COVID in an era of exploding inflation that no one had experienced in 30 years. This was an election defined by a rejection of a status quo that big majorities did not like, even people that voted for Kamala Harris. Now, the thing about this is Trump and Republicans have an interest, vested interest, in interpreting this as a mandate for all of their worst governing impulses. All the Stephen Miller-style Project 2025 dark fantasies of smashing the administrative state. But those ideas were never popular. Remember, we've been through this. They were polling at 6%. Trump tried to distance himself every chance he had from them because they polled so terribly. When you wrote down what they wanted to do, people didn't like it. That was not the source of this victory. You can see it all over America in last night's results. You can see what happened down ballot in North Carolina. Voters picked Trump by a slight margin at the same time they elected Democrats as governor and lieutenant governor, attorney general, school superintendent. They may have flipped enough legislative seats to take away the Republican supermajority and veto power. And you can see it in referenda around the country. And in 7 states, including the Trump states of Arizona, Missouri, and Montana, voters approved measures enshrining abortion rights. Voters in deep red Missouri and Alaska also approved raises in the minimum wage. They joined Nebraska in mandating paid sick leave to workers. Just to add to all that, New Jersey elected its first Asian American senator. Maryland elected its first black and female U.S. senator. So did Delaware, meaning the U.S. will have 2 black female senators for the very first time in its history. Delaware has given Congress its first openly trans member. What I want to say is that this is a nation that, because of last night, has suddenly signed on wholesale to the far-right agenda of MAGA and Trump and the Republican Party. But we know they are going to interpret this election as a mandate for precisely that, for full MAGAism. And we also know they have a plan. It really is a destructive plan to the American Constitution, to American democracy, most importantly to so many of our fellow Americans, mixed-status families, trans folks, women, working-class voters who are going to take it on the chin from tariffs and gutting labor law. And we also know Donald Trump is an aspiring authoritarian. I mean, the guy does not have a democratic bone in his body. He tried to overthrow the constitutional order with violence. We all saw it happen on national television. He celebrated, talked about using political violence repeatedly in his campaigns. And because of all that, we know they're going to try to do things to subvert and alter the constitutional order. But the most important thing to those of us who are committed to stopping them is to remember their success is not foreordained in any way. They're going to try, and there are going to be a lot of people who try to stop them. And the outcome of that is as yet undetermined. And I'm not saying this from some place of airy hope. We've been covering Trump since 2015. We covered his first term. He tried to do lots of bad things and failed to do them because he is completely distractible and inconstant, because he's a vortex of chaos, because he cannot be stopped from doing stupid, self-destructive things all the time. None of that changed because he won an election. They're all the same people. He's the same guy. Are Republicans better prepared this time? Are they more loyal? Is the judiciary more in their favor? Yes, yes, and yes. But does that mean the outcome is foreordained? No. And the reason I say that is that public opinion, mass opinion, it's not a fixed thing. It's a real force, and it changes, and it flows, and it reacts to events. And even Donald Trump has backed down when he found himself on the wrong side of it. He has tried to move away from his most extreme anti-abortion position. He's tried to distance himself. He understands it's unpopular because there was mobilization against it. One of the most monstrous things he did in his first term, as documented in my colleague Jacob Soboroff's incredible documentary and book, Separated, was to essentially kidnap migrant children from their families. And as the press reported this, and as the courts reviewed it, it became clear this was both cruel and illegal. And while it was a federal judge that first blocked it, freezing it, the thing that ended child separation was a full rejection by the Democratic polity. Thanks to organizing and mobilization and protest, Americans across the spectrum rightly came to see it as monstrous, rejected it loudly. In the end, Trump signed the executive order ending the practice and then, classic, tried to take credit for getting rid of the heinous policy he had implemented. But in the end, they had to abandon it because it was so unpopular. That's just one example. There will likely be things he doesn't abandon, but in the face of that, it really is important not to concede in advance that politics don't matter. They do. Public opinion still matters. Politics didn't go away in America because 3 out of 100 people switched their presidential vote, which is, to be clear, what happened last night between 2020 and 2024. And politics depends on the work of organizing and mobilizing and persuading our fellow Americans. None of those tools have gone anywhere. In fact, all of them are even more important this time around. We have to pick them up, and we can't let anyone pry them from our hands. Rachel.
God bless you, Chris. I really wanted to hear that from you tonight. Thank you. Because this will be Trump's second go-around in the White House, one of the things we might profitably look to when trying to make the kinds of strategic decisions Chris is talking about here, when trying to mount effective opposition, when trying not to concede in advance that he'll get away with things because he wants them. One of the things we might profitably look to is the roster of people who made tracks and who made a mark countering him the first time around. Among them is our next guest, Sherrilyn Ifill, founding director of Howard University's 14th Amendment Center for Law and Democracy, former president and director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Sherrilyn Ifill joins us now here. Sherrilyn, it's really nice to have you here. Thank you for coming in.
I wish it were under different circumstances, but glad to be here.
Me too. But given the circumstances, you're one of the people I most want to talk to. Let me just first ask you to respond to some of what you've been hearing around this table, some of what you just heard from Chris and what we've been talking about in the last hour, and ask if you think we're getting any of this the wrong way around, or if you really see any of this fundamentally differently.
You know, I agree with much of what you all have said. The only piece that I think is missing is what I think is essential for us to figure out how to manage this period, which is we have to engage in a forensic examination of how we got here. And that forensic examination compels us to confront issues that we, progressive people, and also just people who support democracy, have not sufficiently dealt with and confronted. Obviously, you know, for me, one of them is ongoing racism and white supremacy, which is such a part of this country. And it has been kind of the gateway drug. Trump couldn't have come to power without it, without making appeals to our ongoing flirtation, encounter, embrace of racism and white supremacist ideology. And every time he wasn't stopped, every time we treat this as though it is not a deal breaker for leadership in this country, we open up the door to the danger that Trump has represented. When Trump said that Judge Manuel Curiel could not vote and be impartial because he was Mexican, there was no response, for example, from our United States Supreme Court. But everyone lauded the Supreme Court when Chief Justice Roberts said there's no such thing as Obama judges and Trump judges. But why didn't he say there's no such thing as Mexican judges on our federal courts? And people just let that go. And we let Trump flirt with David Duke and flirt with the Proud Boys until we got to Charlottesville, and that was kind of a moment. And then this campaign has been filled with racist vitriol, filled with misogyny. And none of those things have been deal breakers. I lay a lot of this at the feet of the press, not because Americans can't make up their own minds, but because the press is the curator. They're supposed to help us understand what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Not everyone is a nerdy politico like you and me, and, you know, I've been watching conventions since 1972, you know. Everyone's not like that. We count on the media to sift it for us and tell us, like, this is out of the mainstream, this is out of bounds. And we didn't get enough of that. We got a lot of stenography, and it didn't help people understand what was off the rails here. And so I think without that forensic, without understanding why Americans were vulnerable, I mean, Trump is truly a vulgarian. You know, everything about him is repulsive in the sense in which we think about people who make good politicians. And simply saying he's appealing and he's entertaining, why were we so vulnerable to someone who basically runs a campaign as though it's a reality show? And I don't think we've sufficiently examined ourselves to understand the places we're weak. And the reason why I think it's important is because I believe we are weaker now than we were in 2016 or 2015.
Why?
Then we still had our sense of what the rules were. We had some sense of norms and some sense of ethics. I hate to use this word, but Trump has groomed us. He has allowed us to accept more and more things that are off the table to the point that we've actually shifted. And I don't mean just the people who support him or the MAGA people. We've all shifted, because we've been compelled to accept things that would have been unacceptable. Does anyone remember when Trent Lott had to step down from being head Senate Majority Leader because he said that, you know, maybe if Strom Thurmond's way had been the way, we would all be better off? That was literally what he said, one sentence. And he had to step down. He understood. He had to step down as Senate Majority Leader. Does anybody think that would happen today? We've moved the line ourselves. And so we're not the same people, myself included, who were able to stop many of the things that Trump did in that first term, because the line has moved in terms of what judges think is unacceptable, what people who would sit on juries think is unacceptable, what that public popular opinion will be. And if we don't recognize that, we will think that we have more strength than we have to counter him in the way that we need to. And, you know, we can maybe get started on talking about the rule of law also, which we all like to say held the line, but mostly it failed. So we have to really take stock. We only have a very little bit of time to take stock of what we got wrong and where we went off the rails, and try to create some guardrails for ourselves to understand that and begin to re-educate ourselves and American institutions, the media, business, the press, faith institutions, all of whom have allowed their moral compass to be set by Donald Trump. So this is a dangerous time.
How do we get that compass pointing back to north? How do you think we do reset? I mean, understanding that we've let ourselves, as you say, be shifted to no longer be shocked by things that would have shocked us even a short number of years ago. I mean, it's a very compelling case do you make, but what do you imagine would be literally the mechanism by which we reset our sense of propriety, our sense of what's appropriate in this country, and our expectations in terms of norms and the rule of law?
Yeah, I'm writing about this in my book, Is This America? But I've already begun doing some of this work. And I will say one thing I'm heartened about is my own profession. I have been railing about the legal profession and how we allowed ourselves to experience these excesses. And we have seen our profession. You talked about the letter from various bar associations this week that went out talking about what the job of lawyers should be in a contested election. I sit on a task force on the American Bar Association, co-chaired by former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson and by Michael Ludig, a task force on democracy that has been talking about lawyers and what we should do, what it means to take an oath. Who are we as officers of the court? So there are pockets that are trying to reset us. And my belief is that, particularly in different fields, it's important that you do it yourself.
Yes.
The media should be able to do it themselves. And every time we push at the media, they get very defensive. The media itself, I think, I don't want to impose it on you any more than I'd want you imposing it on my profession. I think the media should be able to sit itself and engage in this forensic. I've been talking with faith leaders and participated in a conference called The Test of Faith. Where have you been? Faith institutions are democratic institutions, but when you have leaders standing up saying we're white Christian nationalists, where are all the other Christians? Where's my church? Where's the black church? Why aren't people saying that's not a thing, and saying it strongly and saying that is contrary to my faith? So my hope is that within our own separate institutions, the institutions that undergird healthy democracies, we can begin to have these conversations ourselves so that we will be strong and equipped and ready. Otherwise, we're just all over the place, and he will set us even further down the road.
Right. Not only does it make those institutions weak to not have that self-awareness and that appreciation, but it also takes us off the table in terms of us standing up for the country. Sherilyn Ifill, every time I talk to you, I get smarter. I really appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you.
I want to read you guys a little bit of what Sherilyn wrote today in her newsletter, her Substack newsletter. She lists 5 things, forgive me, we'll read this in your voice, that she believes people should prioritize now. This is item number 4 that she says, quote, "Our spirits will be assaulted in the coming months by coarse and crude language, by open displays of violence, of privilege, and of unchecked power. We may feel as if we are occupied by a hostile force. This feeling will combine with our grief to weaken and exhaust us. We must hold on to the things that refresh our spirits: time with family, music, art, nature, hobbies, food. We must protect our core." I will say, having lived through the first time America elected Donald Trump and having lived past this last few hours, boy, does that resonate for me. Sherilyn Ifill, thank you for reminding us, among other things, to take care of ourselves.
Thank you, Rachel.
We'll be right back. Stay with us. We still do not know which party is going to control the U.S. House of Representatives come January. At the moment, Republicans have 207 seats in the House. Democrats have 187, but there are 41 races still uncalled. Now, the magic number for control is 218. It could be days, it could be potentially many days before we know the results. A lot of these uncalled seats are in California, which notoriously counts its votes slowly, and they don't want to hear about it. They're very happy with it. Thank you. We do know that Republicans will retake control of the Senate next year. Next week, Republican senators will elect their new leader. Remember, Mitch McConnell is giving up that role. So who's going to be the new head of the Republican Party, the head of the Senate? This could get interesting. The 2 main candidates for the top job are Senator John Thune of South Dakota and Senator John Cornyn of Texas. John versus John. But last night, after winning re-election by a decisive margin, Florida Republican Senator Scott announced that he will also throw his hat in the ring. He has tried this in the past and failed. But we will see if that contest gets a little spicy next week. Steph, I don't know if you've been following internecine Republican warfare along this front, but what are you expecting in Congress?
Listen, what we're about to see, we don't know. There's obviously races, right, in Pennsylvania. Tons of people here are looking at Bob Casey and David McCormick. You know, the people who I cover on Wall Street, what do they love? A divided government. You know, as much as people might be enthused to see Donald Trump in the White House, if you look at the market today, it's through the roof over this idea that we'll be done with Lena Khan, we'll be done with Gary Gensler, and they love this idea in the short term that there'll be no rules, right? There'll be less regulation, of course, until there's a blow up, and then it will be a disaster. Right. And it'll be an absolute disaster. But, you know, they still have this idea, well, there's going to be some guys there to rein in Donald Trump. And, you know, just today, I saw
Honestly,
a list.
people think that?
Oh, they make that argument.
Oh,
they make that argument. But just today, I saw a list of names of potential big, you know, as they say, real guys who could potentially join the Trump administration. And I'm amazed because it's very successful, smart people who in the last administration didn't vote for Trump. But it's incredible to me that they're still like that. I could change that guy. I know he's the worst boyfriend ever, but I'm going to change him. And it'll be amazing if we see it happen again, because Trump has basically blown up and burned every single person that he's come in contact with. So it's going to be extraordinary to see who now surrounds him.
Can I offer a contrarian take?
Please.
I, in 2016, was like, you should not go in and work in the Trump administration. I think I feel differently now.
What?
Yeah.
Tell us.
Well, it
Chris
seems
is
to me
announcing he's leaving.
I know.
No, I mean, I don't mean that. I mean, I guess I mean this for sort of Republicans. One of the things that really hit home to me in the January 6th committee's work was like, but for a bunch of people inside that operation, they would have done the coup. Like,
Yeah,
Mike
but those
Pence
people were
and the
like
chief
doing
counsel.
good works, hiding out, waiting for the moral crucible, whereupon they revealed themselves.
Right,
it
but
was just that they did 10 million terrible things, and then the 10 million and first one, they were like, that one I can't.
Right, but wouldn't you want, like, would it be better if even more, like, if you rerun January 6th and you take the people who are willing to do all the bad stuff, but not the last bad thing, and you replace them with people who are willing to do all the bad stuff and also the bad thing, wouldn't that be worse?
Marco Rubio used to be that guy. We used to describe Marco Rubio as, oh, you know, he seems to be the kind of Republican that wants a future in mainstream America. He's willing to do all the things, all the coup. Lindsey Graham, who everybody pretty much understands despises Donald Trump personally. Mitch McConnell. Sure. Those kinds of Republicans don't exist other than the people who are on some of our shows. And those people aren't going to be hired by Donald Trump. It's going to be all the extremists. It's going to be all the people who are willing to do all the things.
I don't think they have enough.
I think he has a way of folding people in such a way that that whatever moral groups, whatever morals they go in there with, they don't keep.
It's gone.
I think that's true.
Howard Lutnick, who's running the transition team, has said the number one thing that you have to have is loyalty to Donald J. Trump.
Personal.
I feel like staffing the government is a big job, an important job, and it needs a lot of people. And I guess my feeling is like, do I want the absolute dregs worst of the worst? Or do I want, like, honestly, that's the question, right? Like,
it's what you're going to get.
Do I want people with any conscience in there? I feel like I want some people with some conscience.
I think there'll be a screening process for those folks this time around.
Well, right. But all I'm saying is it's a big government.
Ari, on the issue of Senate and House control, obviously the Republicans have control of the Senate. It's an open question as to whether or not the Democrats have control of the House. If they do, what do you expect in terms of a Hakeem Jeffries in the middle of a second Trump presidential term?
That's the big question, and the thing that's obviously hanging over from last night. Who leads the Democratic Party? Up and through the summer, it was President Biden.
Yeah.
We all saw that shift to the vice president. She conceded rather graciously today and talked about continuing a longer fight. But we talk about realignments and how much do you credit, how much happened, how much of it was about a desire for Trump versus a rejection of incumbents, as Chris pointed out in an excellent breakdown of how many places this has happened around the world. But for the Democrats, if you take the House, you have one remaining opposition leader in Hakeem Jeffries. If they don't take the House, he's, of course, the minority leader, but there'll be big questions about how the larger team of Democrats, and you can count the president, the defeated vice president, like it or not, Senator Schumer, defeated in the Senate with a tough hand to play, and the assorted other Democratic elites who oversaw everything this year. Given this outcome, I don't think most of them will be the first choice to re-up from their caucuses in terms of the Senate and the wider Democratic conversation. So that's something to watch that'll be really interesting, which is how do you take this message from the voters, even if you sift it out and knowledgeably look at macroeconomic factors, international factors, and other things, but still say the Democratic Party has some growing to do and might need some new leadership.
Yeah. In terms of the practicalities of it, I mean, imagining Hakeem Jeffries in Washington, part of it is going to be what can get funded, as you were pointing out earlier, Joy. That there's no expectation that the Democratic Party, if they were in control of the House, would go along with anything that needed to be funded in terms of the Trump administration. But then I think the second order of business then is protecting the Congress from effectively being abolished by a new president, would-be authoritarian leader who doesn't have any respect for the tripartite system of government that we've got.
And knowing that we've got a Supreme Court majority that are full of that are monarchists, and that who've already stated that, you know, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is inoperative when it comes to Donald Trump, and that the parts of the Constitution that they would enforce if a Democrat was in office are inoperable when it's Donald Trump, and that they've said they need him to have bold action. That was one of the things that was very important to John Roberts, that he can be bold. So if the Congress tries to stand up against him, know that they will curb them. I mean, and know that, by the way, had Vice President Harris succeeded and become president, they would have tried to be her board of directors and curbed her. So, I mean, the problem that we have now is that Donald Trump not only is an autocrat, but that the people who are supposed to be the checks and balances on him are autocrats. And the Liz Cheneys of the world are out of power. There's nobody like that in the House. Everyone in the House are the Matt Gaetz types. So it's going to be an adventure.
And one brief point on that is I think everyone understands how vital it is to hold the line. These are called co-equal branches of government for a reason, and everybody takes an oath to uphold the Constitution. As Chris was just discussing, not everyone followed it in the Trump executive branch. But the Democrats also have to do more than just rerun the past oversight committees, now with a very defiant executive branch, and the Jan 6 committee and assorted other investigations. They have to do that, and they took an oath to do that. But they also have to figure out through policy and, more importantly, a story, a clear, simple story about what they want to do for the American people going forward. That's really important. And you could do two smart things. You could do both. But there might be a lesson here in the Trump era of how many campaigns and how many governing periods have been seen as largely responding to Trump and criticizing Trump.
Right.
You can do both, but you need a story for the American public. I actually think Hakeem Jeffries is someone who's really talented at that and cares a lot about middle-class families and working people and has a philosophy, and maybe we'll learn more about that. But it can't just be, with no shade, it can't just be Jamie Raskin saying, we've issued a sternly worded letter about Donald Trump, and that's what we're doing.
It just can't be anything about Donald Trump. It has to be changing the narrative off of him. All right, much more ahead, including a key figure who successfully battled one of the worst and most morally offensive policies of the first Trump administration. Lee Gallant of the ACLU on his plans for a second Trump term, right here when we come back.
Donald Trump has vowed to completely upend the immigration system in this country. His plans would include conducting the largest deportation operation in U.S. history through the use of mass raids, as well as detention camps for undocumented migrants. We could see a return to the inhumane child separation policies from his first administration, which President Biden is still trying to clean up and reunite those families. Trump has also announced that he will not only re-implement his travel ban that focused on Muslim-majority countries, but expand the number of countries that it would cover. Groups like the American Civil Liberties Union, which filed more than 400 legal challenges against Trump's first administration, have been busy this year preparing plans to respond in case Trump was successful in his presidential bid. And I'm joined now by Lee Gallant, Deputy Director of the ACLU Immigrants' Rights Project. Lee, thank you so much for being here. So let's start with mass deportation. Donald Trump has vowed to use an 18th century law that is on the books still, that would allow him to do it. I think it's the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act. So that's on the books.
Right.
How would you stop him?
So we think it would be illegal to use it for immigration. The law is very clear that it has to be a foreign government doing an invasion. That's not what's involved in immigration. So we have been preparing since the winter time for this challenge if he actually does go ahead and use it. And so we will say that there's no foreign government attacking us, there's no invasion. These are immigrants looking for safety, looking for a better life. This is not what it was intended to do. This is a law that was used during Japanese internment and only declared wars. It's really unthinkable to try and use it for immigration. Will the courts uphold it?
That's the question.
Exactly. But we will be challenging it.
The way that Donald Trump has characterized the immigration system in the country is an invasion. He's been using that term probably pretty deliberately. He's not some genius. I'm sure that Stephen Miller and other people who are interested in making sure they can do mass deportation have been telling him that's the way to characterize it. They're saying it is an invasion. What makes you think that John Roberts and Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas wouldn't simply reinterpret the law to say that it means exactly whatever Trump says it means?
Right. So I don't want to predict where the court will go. I mean, I think we all have to be clear-eyed that all these legal battles are going to be tricky. But I think there's a difference, and I think the courts will recognize a difference between his rhetoric on the campaign trail and what the law actually means. And I think the court is sensitive to how a law has been interpreted over time, and it was used in 1812 in the two world wars. Those were declared wars. So I think this is very different we're going to just remain hopeful that the courts put their foot down on this.
One of the other things that Donald Trump, theoretically could do would be to prosecute people who he feels speak against him in the government.
Right.
Whistleblowers, things like that. It doesn't feel like there'd be a ton of protection there because they're trying to get rid of the civil service protections that currently protect those who work for the government. What would you do about those?
Yeah, I think that's, other people at the ACLU are preparing for that. I think, but we are, from my standpoint, we are worried about non-citizens being targeted for their political speech.
Sure.
And for protesting different policies. And I think just generally, what we're hearing from our clients is now they're going to be worried.
We're talking about the pro-Palestinian protesters have already been threatened with deportation.
Right. And so it's the non-citizens, I think, who are entitled to benefits. Like the families who were separated under Trump, we have a settlement now that allows them to apply for asylum and get other benefits, reunite with their children. We are very worried that they are all going to be attacked for trying to secure those benefits. I think we're looking at things that are going to be really draconian. And I just want to pick up on one thing that you all were talking about. The American people, I think, want some reform of immigration. We want some reform of immigration, but I don't think that translates into anything goes. And I think the model for us is family separation. I think that Trump, the first term, thought he had desensitized the American public to immigrants to such an extent that they would go for little children being ripped away from their families. And we saw people take to the streets. I think if we see the military in the streets or family separation again or any of these really draconian policies, I think people will push back and say, well, wait, that's not what we meant by reforming border policy. And that's going to be critical. I think any civil rights lawyer will tell you it can't just be done through the courts. There has to be that public pushback. So I hope people will not take this election to be, well, anything goes now on immigration. I don't think the American public on both sides of the aisle will stand for something like family separation again.
But if we're really going to talk about this, there were aspects of the legal efforts against the first Trump administration that worked, and there were aspects that didn't work. And so I think the ACLU and other groups kind of owe it to everybody to figure that out and not just rerun the same playbook or do a whole blitz where you and other groups are always filing on everything and appealing on everything and fundraising, quite frankly, on everything. So the Democrats have to look at what worked and didn't, and the legal groups do. Otherwise, you guys have kind of a race to the bottom. I mean, two specific examples is knowing what you know now. I don't think you'd run the immunity appeal all the way to the Supreme Court, because you ended up getting bad law. I don't think you'd run the ballot bans up to the Supreme Court, because you had different groups, Colorado and others, go after Trump in a way that didn't achieve their stated goal and created another precedent for him and spent all this public time with more than one fight. So I'm curious, this is a hard question. I don't know if you have the answer tonight, and you're one group among many. But if people watching agree with some of your goals but are concerned about the past playbook, are you aware of, or will there be a discussion about improving that, learning from the things that didn't work, and quite candidly, not filing everything everywhere to bring it up to the Supreme Court that, as Joy, I think, very, very clearly pointed out, isn't always going to give you the precedent you want in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously those two cases that you mentioned came out bad. They weren't ACLU cases. But I think we're hoping to be strategic. We always try and be strategic. And I think you're right. You can't move on every single case. But there's difficult considerations because there are clients on the ground, and so you always have to measure that. And I think the other thing that we're going to be looking at is what constitutes a win. So even if we ultimately don't win, but we delay a policy for years, and that means people are not sent back to danger, is that a win even if we ultimately lose?
Is there anything you'd do different?
Well, I think we're going to do things different just because this is going to be a different playbook by them. I think they're going to be more prepared, and so we're going to have to be much more strategic in how we go about it. And I think we're going to have to coordinate among groups. That's a very difficult situation when there's a lot of groups with different clients. Your point is a fair one, and I think we are going to be trying to be strategic, and we have to be clear-eyed about what we can win and what we can't win. And I think that's one of the reasons why I want to stress to people we need you in the streets, because the courts will not always do everything for us.
But is there more public acceptance or tolerance of severe immigration actions? Look at yesterday's election, right? It was 2 years ago that we all sat here when we watched Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis take migrants and bus them to other cities and said, this is illegal, this shouldn't be done. But politically, it worked for them. And it went from being a border crisis to a migrant crisis around the country. And Donald Trump has gained more support from not Republicans who aren't saying, I'm down with child separation, but who are saying, I'm not comfortable with this in my city. And so has he gained more support? So there's the risk less people could take to the streets this time because they have a more severe view.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, and I don't want to be Pollyannish about it. But I do think there's going to be a breaking point. I think it's one thing during the election when everyone says we want to do something about it and we don't want, but there hopefully are going to be really common sense solutions that we can push back on. But I do think there are going to be lines. You're right. Has the line moved a little bit? It may very well have. And that's one of the things that keeps us up at night. I mean, the legal arguments we do all the time, but how to break through and remind people that these are people fighting for their lives. And this abstract idea that Trump has about everyone's a criminal coming here and everyone's looking to take jobs, that's really the challenge for us, is to get through and break through that narrative. And that's what keeps us up at night.
Yeah, that cruelty and desensitization.
Yeah,
Right.
indeed. I mean, we're all up with you. If that makes you feel any better, none of us are
It
innocent
does,
either.
it does.
Lee can learn. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
William,
Cheers.
It's great to have you here. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Vice President Kamala Harris, in her concession speech today, made an impassioned case to continue fighting for democracy even after her defeat in this presidential race. We're going to talk about what that fight might look like in very practical terms with one of the first people to organize the first practical opposition to the incoming Trump administration. He joins us next. Stay with us.
To everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged.
Do you remember when Donald Trump was elected president the first time around? He promised to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and take health insurance away from millions of people. But he couldn't exactly do that all by himself. He needed Congress to go along with it. And so, when he was sworn in, the grassroots group Indivisible got to work, absolutely hounding Republican members of Congress, not just in D.C., but at home in their districts, making it incredibly clear that they would immediately vote them out of office if they went along with Donald Trump's plan to kill the ACA. And their efforts were a part of a larger pressure campaign that worked. Donald Trump could not persuade enough Republicans to vote for taking health insurance away from millions of Americans. Now that Donald Trump has been elected president a second time, Indivisible is gearing up for another fight. Tomorrow, they are holding a call for progressive organizers, not just from Indivisible, but from hundreds of groups across the country, to start figuring out what their response to the next Trump administration will look like. No time like the present. And Ezra Levin joins us now. Ezra, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm very impressed that you're already doing this call tomorrow. So let me start with that, and I want to dig into that. But first, I want to ask you, you sent out an email today summarizing where things stand. That included this line, which really stuck out to me so much that I just talked about this language a little bit earlier. You said, I believe a loss of this nature requires humility and exploration, not finger pointing. There's a whole lot of finger pointing going on. There will be more. But as you look to the challenges ahead, which is what's most important, what lessons so far are you taking away from the outcome, and how are you applying them as you look to organizing people in opposition to Trump?
Yeah, Jen, well, thanks for having me. I wish it was under better circumstances. But I do think it's important for us to take this loss, look at it, and figure out how we can do better going forward. If you look at what happened around the country, there was about a 6-point swing from the last election, a 6-point swing away from us. And one takeaway that I don't want people to have, if you are watching this and you knocked on doors, or you made calls, or you sent postcards, or you sent text to get out the vote, what we saw in the battleground states, where we were trying to get out the vote most of all, we saw just a 3-point swing. We made up about 3 points through that work. Our work mattered, even if it didn't have the outcome that we wanted it to have. And so what that tells me is we just got to roll up our sleeves, like the vice president said. We have to roll up our sleeves and do the work, because that's what's going to make this democracy keep on working.
It's so important to hear. I mean, one of the things Yamiche Alcindor was reporting from talking to Harris folks yesterday is that a number of them were already thinking about how can they start organizing. And you are not delaying, you're not wasting any time at all. You have this call tomorrow with hundreds of progressive organizers I just mentioned. We've been discussing kind of over the last 90 minutes the range of threats that Trump poses, from mass deportation to nominating RFK Jr. to siding with Russia in the war with Ukraine. I'm not even listing all of the things we've been talking about. But as you approach this call, you want to hear from people, I know, but what is at the top of your list to discuss tomorrow that you feel is kind of a most immediate threat?
Look, I think about this in terms of short-term, medium-term, and long-term. In the short term, folks are going through the stages of grief. I'm going through the stages of grief. I think a lot of folks are. And it's important to feel those feelings and work through that. We should be in community with one another first and foremost. There are a lot of folks around this country who are feeling very alone right now. They're feeling very scared. They're feeling like their families, their communities, their democracy is under threat. And we need to make sure that they don't feel alone. There are people in your community who feel the same way. I'm going to hop off of this and join a call with thousands of indivisible groups who are talking about how they can bring their communities together. I was on the phone with folks in Georgia who are stinging from this loss and are bringing people together for a bonfire tonight. That's important. So first of all, we should be bringing people together. But in the medium term, yeah, we need a plan. We need a plan. We need goals. We need strategies and tactics. So next week, Indivisible is going to be releasing a new guide with those strategies, tactics, to make sure that we're fighting this anti-democratic movement every step of the way. And that's the long-term look. We have to rebuild a winning coalition. We have to, and that starts at the local level. If you are in blue states, red states, purple states, it doesn't matter. There is a role for you. We need you out there. So take your time. By all means, grieve, but build that community right now. That's the top thing on my list as I look ahead to 2025.
Ezra, I don't know how you're so energetic right now, but we're all grateful for it. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Rachel?
Master of practical politics, seriously. All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us. We're so grateful that you chose to be here with us tonight. On days like this, more than ever, we like to be together. I say that not just because of my colleagues here, but because you can see it in all of our faces for our broader lives as well. Listen, our coverage of the election, the aftermath of the election, and most importantly, what happens next is going to continue here on MSNBC indefinitely. We will always be here with you. We'll be here with you tonight, starting with your favorite hosts in their usual spots. Stephanie Rule at 11 o'clock Eastern, Lawrence O'Donnell at 10 o'clock Eastern, and starting right now, our beloved colleague Alex Wagner here with Alex Wagner tonight. Good evening, Alex.
Good evening, Rachel. We will be here. We will stay here. We are here. This is our life.
Right
Thank
on.
you for your great coverage tonight.
Thanks, Alex.
Hours ago, Vice President Kamala Harris officially conceded the 2024 election to Donald Trump. But she did not concede everything.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up.
There are a lot of people experiencing legitimate pain and sadness and fear right now. English writer Evelyn Waugh once wrote about a blow expected, repeated, falling upon a bruise, with no smart or shock of surprise, only a dull and sickening pain, and the doubt whether another like it could be born. And after 2016 and its aftermath, that sentiment for maybe half of this country or more feels about right. Here we go again. Donald Trump now has a real shot at winning the popular vote. He is currently leading by 6 million votes. Republicans are projected to take control of the Senate, and they are the odds-on favorite to take control of the House of Representatives. How did this happen? Well, as we try to begin to answer that, one of the best assessments I have read of the current political climate came from journalist James Pogue in Vanity Fair earlier last month. Pogue wrote a profile about Steve Bannon and the movement he and Trump have built on the American right. In the piece, Pogue identifies some of the central motivations in the MAGA movement. Motivations like a yearning for traditionalism. If you followed this election closely, you know what I'm talking about. You've seen the term trad tossed around to describe a movement of conservatives who want to return to what they consider traditional American values, one centered around a very retrograde version of the American family. We saw this vision of America violently and angrily and bizarrely boosted by Tucker Carlson when he described America as an anxious teenager waiting for her father figure to come home and spank her.
There has to be a point at which Dad comes home. Yeah, that's right. Dad comes home. And he's pissed. When Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
It was dark, and it was strange, and it was meant to appeal to men, including and especially white men, which, as the results of this election make clear, it did. But they were not alone. White women broke for Donald Trump by an 8-point margin, and Latino men broke for Trump by a 12-point margin. They, at the very least, were not put off by this vision of America as a rigid and sometimes violent patriarchy. They maybe even supported it. People like Steve Bannon and J.D. Vance and Tucker Carlson, the people who have worked to craft Trumpism into a coherent philosophy, they have sought to associate the loss of this kind of so-called traditionalism with the loss that many working families feel in a globalizing economy. To them, the end of a male-dominated household and the struggle to get by financially, well, those are natural partners. Even before the pandemic, American middle-class wages were stagnating. And the very real loss in purchasing power caused by the pandemic gave the Bannons and the Vances of the world something to point to as justification for this belief. This is not to say that so-called economic anxiety can explain away our country's embrace of racist and sexist demagoguery. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Economic anxieties are a key part of an ideology that bemoans the loss of white male power, even as macho white dudes continue to dominate our politics. In exit polls, white men without a college degree supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris by 40 points. Voters, including men and women who had served in the military, went for Trump over Harris by 31 points. To that end, Pogue identifies another factor that I think motivates the MAGA movement, the reassertion of a white male warrior class. As Pogue writes, you'll often hear in conservative circles that America's warrior class, which on the right is often believed to be from ethnically Scotch-Irish, disproportionately Southern families who treat military service as family heritage, that they have been the ones who bled to build our empire and ended up with NAFTA, fentanyl, and a coastal establishment that sees them and their values as backward and dangerous. That was a key part of the message crafted by Trump acolytes, a way to weave together concerns about status loss and immigration and drug abuse and American militarism into a eulogy for American toughness and an attack on the so-called ruling class that is blamed for its demise. Here was J.D. Vance during his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention.
Things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear they died of an overdose. As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along.
Again, I am not endorsing any of this worldview. But it is important for us to understand how the Trump campaign managed to point to real problems and then position Donald Trump as the solution to those problems. How they turned an issue like immigration into a proxy for all of society's problems. It goes a long way in explaining why Donald Trump is going to become this country's 47th president. And it's how Donald Trump and his allies were able to undermine some of the most optimistic parts of the Harris message. For instance, there was this idea promoted by both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that America is an aspirational project. This was how Kamala Harris put it in her closing speech on the ellipse.
The United States of America is the greatest idea humanity ever devised. A nation big enough to encompass all our dreams, strong enough to withstand any fracture or fissure between us, and fearless enough to imagine a future of possibilities.
To a lot of people, that sounds really patriotic, the kind of message you would expect someone who has proud to be an American on their Spotify playlist to understand and embrace. And yet it is precisely the thing that MAGA leaders seized upon as evidence of a threat to the white Christian ethnocracy that they seek to return to. As Steve Bannon told James Pogue, America isn't an idea. It is a country. It is a people with roots, spirit, destiny, and what you're talking about, the liberalism and the globalism, real American people are the victims of that. Now, most voters were not listening to Steve Bannon's fevered ranting about liberalism and globalism, but they heard one candidate talk about America as a virtuous experiment in self-governance, and they heard the other candidate call America a garbage can, and a majority of them sided with the guy calling this country a garbage can. Which brings me to the final element of this election that is probably worth examining: the cultural realignment between the left and the right over American institutions. Trump's just massively destructive first 4 years in office forced the American left to become defenders of institutionalism. Democrats had to speak up for law and order and for peace and stability and for democracy. And that was why people like Liz Cheney and her father Dick Cheney, among a handful of otherwise really quite conservative people, it's how they became unlikely partners with Democrats in the fight against Trump's dangerous vision for America and for the world. It was the right thing to do, but it had a political cost. For most of my life, the American left was the side channeling legitimate frustrations with American institutions. Democrats were the ones who pointed out how innocent people could get caught up in America's criminal justice system. Liberals and progressive were the ones who called out abuses by the CIA and by America's military-industrial complex. But the realignment that happened under Donald Trump meant that Democrats had to cede much of that righteous outrage to Republicans who were trying to tear all of it down. And voters who felt frustrated by those issues found their way into Donald Trump's coalition. As former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes told James Pogue, I think the innovation of the Bannon and Vance project is that it's forced the left to become defenders of the very institutions they're supposed to be skeptical of, like the CIA, like the broader intelligence community, like NATO. Or as Joe Rogan put it in his interview with Trump, that is how Republicans became punk rock.
The rebels are Republicans now. They're like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to like buck the system, you're a conservative now.
Again, I don't say any of this to endorse these ideas or to chastise anyone, least of all Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, who displayed remarkable and responsible leadership of this country during just enormously troubling times. A lot of you listening to this program, including me, would like to not have to think about anything Donald Trump or Steve Bannon or J.D. Vance or Joe Rogan have to say about our country or its people or its place in this world. But in order to do that, in order to reach a point where these people are once again far away from the levers of power in this country, we have to begin by understanding how they got there in the first place. Joining me now is Ben Rhodes, former Deputy National Security Advisor under President Obama and co-host of the indispensable podcast, Pod Save the World. Ben, thank you for joining me. You were the very first person I thought of when we were grappling with the outcome of this election late last night. And I want to talk about everything that I just talked about and more. And just first start with your thoughts about this notion of traditionalism, because so much of this election was thought of as a sort of gender battle, but it seems kind of like a bigger cultural moment that we're in that, by the way, extends to Europe, right? Traditionalism is a phenomenon that Europe has embraced, and I wonder what you make of it finally coming ashore in America.
Yeah, you asked the question very well, Alex, because, as you and I've talked about these things. Over the last 8 years, one of the things I've been doing is traveling around the world and talking to people that are fighting a version of the same thing everywhere. This brand of autocratic nationalism is on the rise across Europe. It's on the rise in different parts of the world. And kind of where it starts, right, is that globalization, the spread of markets, the spread of capitalism, the spread of people, the spread of culture, that has been infringing for decades on people's sense of traditional identity. All of a sudden there's a homogenized culture. All of a sudden things are changing all around you. And so it's always been priced in to globalization that people feel something slipping away, some form of traditional identity. And you have these right-wing populist leaders who come along and they say, we're the real Americans, or in Hungary, it's Viktor Orban saying, we're the real Hungarians. It's the same message globally. Putin has very much used this message in Russia. At the same time, I think the other opportunity is, particularly after the financial crisis and all of the excesses that have kind of hollowed out communities in this country and around the world, the system that was supposed to deliver better standards of living, right? The basic bargain was, you lose something in globalization, but what you gain is the standard of living is going up, life is getting better. That has not been the bargain for people in lots of places in this country and around the world. They feel their standard of living slipping away along with that traditional identity. They're seeing a future for their kids that is not as good as their own past. And those two forces, I think, have merged in our election. And one way we can feel better about it, Alex, is this is happening all over the world. This is not unique to the United States, as unique as Donald Trump feels as a figure. This idea that you appeal to people by saying, you know what, there's an us versus them here. We are the real Americans. We are the traditional identity of this country. In this country, obviously, that tends to be a white Christian message, but it can encompass other people. And we are against this kind of foreign force, this encroachment of globalization and liberalism that is not delivering for you, even as it's also asking you to kind of change who you are. And I think Trump, whether by design or by accident, kind of stumbled into the most potent force in global politics right now, which is the reassertion of nationalism as an organizing principle in place of the kind of liberal democracy that, you and I took for granted the last 30 years.
Yeah, and I feel like that flows into every aspect of this race. Like the fact that, you're talking about a white patriarchal ethno-Christian nationalist message being the organizing principle of this. Kamala Harris ran basically a flawless campaign, but just on the most elemental level, being a mixed race woman from California maybe doomed her candidacy from the start, given the reality of the sort of cultural forces, not at play just globally, but nationally. I mean, I was stunned. You're a New Yorker, Ben. Trump made inroads in the city of New York. I mean, he made the bastion of coastal elites is where Trump gained 10 points in the Bronx and 11 points in Queens. This is deeply felt in every level of American society. And the question is, how do Democrats move the country away from this, given the toxicity of this message?
I think, first of all, we have to understand the potency of any anti-incumbent message in the post-financial crisis political world and post-pandemic political world we're living in. It's not been a good time for incumbents. You referenced in your opening, Alex, that I do believe it's been challenging for Democrats, that because we are oppositional to Trump, we defend the establishments in our own way that he is attacking. And those are the establishments that people are very angry at. Now, we can have a longer discussion about who's responsible for things like the financial crisis, who's responsible for the economic and trade policies that hollowed out the middle class in this country. I think that those are predominantly Republican policies. But the reality is Democrats were kind of caught holding the bag. We're the ones sitting here. We're defending the way systems work. We're defending the national security enterprise. We're defending government. And government itself is something that people are angry at because they don't think it's been responsive to their lives. And Kamala Harris kind of had to inherit, and I agree with you, she ran a relatively flawless campaign, but she inherited that, wearing essentially the jacket of what people don't like, which is the status quo. Even though, I think she tried to position herself as very much a change candidate. So yes, some of this is pure racism and misogyny against someone of her identity, but what gets Trump over the line is that sense that people are just angry and they want something different. We Democrats sometimes make the mistake of thinking, hey, look at Trump, he's talking about tearing it all down. Well, a lot of people think that that sounds pretty good to them. People like me who talk about the need to defend democracy, we have to reckon with the fact that democracy is part of what people are angry at because they don't think that democracy has worked for them.
It's such, I think that realignment around institutions is probably the trickiest territory for Democrats, especially heading into a second Trump term, where the idea of, institutional integrity and believing in the systems that we have established to keep law and order, to ensure, fair trials, to, all of the guardrails in many ways that Trump will inevitably seek to dismantle, that Democrats need to protect that while at the same time, as you say, not get stuck holding the bag for the institutional failures that people have, been keyed up and angry about for decades, right? And that Democrats used to be able to rail against. It's a very careful balance, Ben.
It is a very careful balance. So we don't want to become a mirror image of Trump, but that's part of the point, Alex. If we have to do something differently than the first Trump term, is that in the first Trump term, we were mobilized into kind of opposition to Trump and Trumpism. The resistance. You and I were kind of part of this effort to kind of push back against everything Trump did. What we didn't do enough of is kind of regenerate, well, who are we as Democrats? What is the story that we're telling people that meets them where they are? How do we bring some populism, a responsible populism, into our message? And Joe Biden, of course, was a manifestation. As much as I admire many things about Joe Biden, he was somebody who was a familiar Washington figure. He couldn't kind of run as an outsider. He kind of ran as a restoration of competence, of what people are familiar with, of competent legislating. But the mood of this country is much more oppositional to institutions and to politics itself and to Washington. Frankly, Barack Obama ran against Washington. He was an outsider. The Obama-Trump voter makes sense to me. It's 20 years of people who've just been looking for something that is different. And again, I think one thing we can take comfort in and learn from is it's not just happening here. This is what is happening around the world politically. In the next 2 years until the next election, when Democrats, I think, should have a good chance of trying to take back some elements of power, we should focus as much on figuring out who we are, who is our next generation, who are our storytellers, what are the messages that we can bring that are populist and that meet people where they are, as much as following Trump down every rabbit hole. We obviously have to push back and fight against things that he's going to do that could endanger particularly marginalized groups in this country. But we have to simultaneously develop our own story here.
We have to write our own story. Ben Rhodes, thank you for joining me tonight. It is a pleasure to have you offer, I don't know, a ray of light, some amount of an agenda in a really dark time. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Alex.
We have a lot more to get to tonight, including the plan to combat the erosion of basic civil rights in a second Trump era. Yes, there is a plan. I'm going to talk to the executive director of the ACLU about that plan. But first, abortion was on the ballot yesterday across the country, up and down the ticket. And the results did not exactly follow the post-Dobbs playbook. I'm going to speak with MSNBC legal analyst Melissa Murray about that coming up next.
The Democrats, the Republicans, the liberals, the conservatives, they wanted it brought out of the federal government and brought back to the states for a vote of the people.
In the lead up to the election, Donald Trump lied in an attempt to soften his messaging on abortion. Even at that very same town hall where he bragged about returning abortion back to the states, Trump applauded the conservative Supreme Court justices that he had handpicked expressly to overturn Roe v. Wade.
But what we were able to do is, through really the courage of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do this after years and years of turmoil.
Now, Trump has taken credit for the Dobbs decision repeatedly since it was handed down in 2022. And yet, in this election cycle, Trump insisted that he'd be, quote, great for women and their reproductive rights. He promised voters that he would not sign a federal abortion ban. and it seemed to have worked.
I like that he didn't actually plan to ban abortion. He just brought it back to the States.
NBC's exit polling shows 45% of voters trusted Donald Trump more than Kamala Harris to handle the issue of abortion. Here's how far that went. In Florida, at least 57% of voters cast their ballots for abortion rights, and 56% voted for Donald Trump. Montana's initiative to enshrine the right to an abortion also passed with at least 57% of the vote, and yet nearly 59% of Montana voters still voted for Donald Trump. Arizona's abortion amendment passed with flying colors, more than 61%. Now, NBC News still projects the race for president in Arizona as too close to call, but Donald Trump is leading there by 5 points. In Missouri, voters successfully overturned an existing total abortion ban, while simultaneously voting 58% for Donald Trump. Joining me now is Melissa Murray, professor of law at NYU and co-host of the Strict Scrutiny podcast. Melissa, help me understand what went down last night. I mean, I think there are two sort of different scenarios. The first one, and I know you want to talk about this, and I am eager to as well, is the reality of these abortion referenda ballot measures and what they did politically here.
Now, I want to be really clear here. There were not a lot of moves on the chessboard after Dobbs, and I think the emergence of direct democracy as a vehicle for securing abortion rights was very attractive. Not a panacea, obviously. Direct democracy doesn't exist in all of the states. It's only in a handful of states. But where it does exist, we've seen it be used, even in red states, to secure abortion rights. And that's why it was deployed in this election cycle in 10 different ballot initiatives in 10 different states. And, you know, part of the idea here was that the interest in abortion for those ballot initiatives would drive voter interest in the other races on the ballot, including the presidential race, Senate, whatnot. It would row your vote, and we would have a Rovember. But I think what we're finding is that the presence of those ballot initiatives actually gave some subset of women voters a permission structure that allowed them to go into the ballot booth and vote their interests on securing abortion rights and then pivot to vote their economic interests, which they believed would be vindicated by Donald Trump.
Yeah, literally a have your cake and eat it too scenario.
Yeah, and like, to be clear, a subset of voters, I think there are other voters who were perhaps more communitarianly, collectively minded as they went into the ballot box, but this was a group of voters that were able to vote all of their interests, whether it was the economy, whether it was abortion. They were able to satisfy all of those interests by splitting their ballot, voting for the abortion referenda, and then also voting for Donald Trump.
Given the way that this all shook out with a lot of these referenda passing in large numbers, right?
Yes.
If not quite meeting the 60% threshold in a state like Florida,
anti-democratic threshold.
Yes, exactly, yes. And a very important point. I just wonder how you see the future sort of landscape as it concerns choice and reproductive autonomy in this country, given where the right wing has said it wants to be on the issue of everything from abortion to contraception. Where are we here? Like, there's the Comstock Act, which I still think remains a potent tool for a bunch of Republicans who may not want to actually legislate this. Mm-hmm. There's the court. I mean, how do you look at the road ahead?
Okay, so first, let's turn to direct democracy. I think it's still going to be very attractive. Maybe it will be more effective in an off-cycle election, like a midterm, for example, where you're able to secure abortion rights without having this choice between different candidates. I think, though, now that the dust has settled on this election, we have someone who is in the White House who basically has control of every institution of government. He has the executive, he has Congress, very likely to get the House and the Senate, and he has control of the courts. We have a 6-3 conservative supermajority on the United States Supreme Court. May not be able to get through a nationwide abortion ban. I think he probably could push it through, but I don't know if there's political appetite to do that. But with the Comstock Act, which is this 1873 act that has been dormant and hasn't been enforced in a very long time, all they need is a new attorney general with a new Department of Justice that's willing and able to enforce it. And you can stop the distribution of mifepristone. You can also use executive power to roll back the FDA's approval of mifepristone. You can basically take medication abortion off the table. You can also make it more difficult for physicians to provide surgical abortions by preventing them from sending the instruments that are used for surgical abortions through the mail. And then you have the court. And Dobbs did a lot of things, but one of the things it did not do was undermine the substantive due process doctrine, which essentially could be a conduit for basically enshrining fetal personhood. This is the idea that the fetus, as much as the woman, is a person for purposes of constitutional law. The court in Dobbs studiously stayed away from completely discrediting substantive due process, even though Justice Thomas would have done so in a heartbeat. And in an article that was published in the Harvard Law Review, my co-author and I argue that it might be because they are preserving that in order to enshrine fetal personhood down the road.
Especially because, and you see this in the sort of anti-choice movement, using the words fetal personhood is politically a little bit easier or palatable than saying abortion ban. That's where we're at. Melissa Murray, please come back. The road ahead is long and dark and winding, and we need your expertise. Thank you for helping me try and make sense of all of this. Coming up, the first organization to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump in his first term is gearing up for round 2. But first, the stunning shift in the Latino vote towards Donald Trump, despite, well, everything. That's next. Stay with us. Donald Trump wrapped up one of the most racist and anti-immigrant campaigns in modern political history, with 46% of the Latino vote in key states. It is the highest share for a Republican presidential candidate since the 1970s. How and why Latinos moved to MAGA in such stunning numbers will be the subject of intense debate in the days and weeks to come. But what is already clear is that for those who did not vote for Donald Trump, like this mixed status family in Arizona, Trump's return to the White House is nothing short of a nightmare.
Nada más el hecho de pensar que pueden separarnos como familia, like eso nos hace, no podemos hablarla porque nos afecta, la verdad. Honestamente me da miedo nada más de pensar que me puedo ir y mis papás se pueden ir o nos pueden pasar algo y mis hijos.
I mean, I was just asking your mom about, have you heard of Donald Trump? Yeah. You too. Yeah.
It's okay, Dominic.
Sí. Sorry.
Joining me now is Paula Ramos, MSNBC contributor and author of Defectors, The Rise of the Latino Far Right and What It Means for America. Paula, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here tonight. I was trying to talk about your work last night as we were parsing through these initial returns, because you're one of the only people that I think kind of saw this shift coming based on your extraordinary reporting on the ground. Can you talk to me a little bit about how those Latinos who did ultimately move to MAGA, to Trump, were able to move past Trump's demagoguery and racism on immigration? Is it like a generational divide between those who have been here longer? I mean, how do you see it?
Look, I think the idea was that as Latinos would see images like the one that you just played, as they would sort of listen to Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric, the idea was that Latinos would overwhelmingly reject that. But I think what we are seeing right now, the story that is in front of us, is that over 40% of Latinos voted for someone that is promising mass deportations. And now, the thing is, as we try to understand the why, we have to remember that even in the early 2000s, there were people that were already sounding the alarm, Alex. There's a scholar called Benjamin Knoll that in the early 2000s was saying the following. And he said that as Latinos in this country would assimilate, right, as they would spend more and more years in this country, he said that their pro-immigrant bias would dissipate and perhaps even disappear altogether. So if we take a step back, and if we believe someone like Benjamin Knoll, we are now staring at the fact that Latinos not only feel more Americanized, but perhaps they also feel more detached from those immigrant families like the ones that we saw in the screen. And there's one more thing that makes everything so complicated, Alex, and you and I have talked about this, which is this idea that overshadowing this reality, this reality that Latinos feel more Americanized, there is this fear that mainstream America, that white America will always see us, Latinos, as these perpetual foreigners, right? That they would always see us as them. So I think what I'm trying to say is that we are kind of in this perfect storm where Trump's anti-immigrant narrative is really feeding into Latinos' quest to prove that they belong in this country, and that turns into what we saw last night.
Yeah, to that end, the idea of whiteness and it as an attractant and as an ideology that Latinos want to be a part of. UCLA professor Efren Perez writes, Latino Republicans today have an earnest and devout investment in whiteness as an ideology. If whiteness is an ideology, then your skin color and racial classification don't matter as much as your genuine belief in a subjugating worldview. If whiteness is an ideology, then what earns you your bona fides is your commitment to pushing back politically and sometimes violently against a variety of minoritized groups who deserve to be put in their place and kept there. And so Trump's rhetoric offers them that way of sort of unclassifying themselves as minorities and gaining entry into the white ideology. Is that, do you think that's accurate, Paula?
I do. Look, I think to know Latinos and to know our history is to understand that we've always romanticized whiteness, right? One of the things that I'm thinking about right now is someone even like Enrique Tarrio. When I would talk to Enrique Tarrio, of course, the former chairman of the Proud Boys, one of the things that he would always tell me was, yes, I'm Afro-Latino. Yes, I'm a black person, but he would always say, I am also the descendant of Spaniards. He would say, I am also the descendants of Europeans. And so I think this is where we actually have to take a step back and understand the weight of colonialism and the weight that that history is playing in this moment. And I'll be very brief, but I think it's important to say this. One of the things that the Spaniards did in Latin America is really institutionalize this caste system, a caste system that created this illusion of a raceless Latin America, but more than anything, that created this sort of permission structure for all of us Latinos, regardless of how we look, regardless of our ethnic background. It created a permission structure for us to always be able to draw a direct line to whiteness, always to draw a direct line to sort of Europeans. And so now that we are in a United States that criminalizes immigrants, that criminalizes black people, that criminalizes black and brown people, us that get to play this sort of racial dance will at times try very, very hard to approximate ourselves to whiteness. It's not a foreign concept. It's an ideology that has been systemically ingrained in our being.
Paula Ramos, you are just such a fount of expertise and deep thinking on this. Please come back. This is the beginning of a much longer conversation about how we kind of look at this country and how it's being reshaped in front of our very eyes. Thanks for making the time tonight, my friend.
Thank you, Alex.
Coming up, 1 week into Trump's first term, the ACLU sued his administration over a proposed Muslim ban. The group's executive director, Anthony Romero, joins me to talk about the plans for a second Trump term coming up. Plus, Democrats notch a few more Senate victories, while the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, says that chamber remains very much in play. Stay with us. Today, NBC News projected that Democrat Alyssa Slotkin has won her race to represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate, and that Democrat Tammy Baldwin has held on to her seat in the Senate in Wisconsin. As of this hour, we are still waiting on U.S. Senate race calls in Arizona, Maine, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. And how those races end will really matter. Republicans already have won control of the Senate, but how big or small their majority is will be key in how much power they actually have. No matter what happens, Democrats will likely still have the power of the filibuster, and that will give Democratic senators a 60-vote threshold to block some of the worst parts of Trump's legislative agenda. But there is plenty that Trump and the Republican Party can do without the filibuster.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has recently expressed interest in a cabinet-level post. Do you think the Senate would confirm him to a cabinet-level post?
Well, I think the Senate's going to give great deference to a president that just won a stunning, what I think is an electoral college landslide when all is said and done, and a mandate. And he's being given a mandate to govern.
The filibuster notably does not apply to the Senate confirmation process, and that is true for all confirmations, whether Trump wants to appoint vaccine skeptic and conspiracy theorist Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to a cabinet position or appoint a MAGA diehard 18-year-old to the Supreme Court. The filibuster would be meaningless for both. And that is where the size of the Republican majority will really matter. As one lobbyist put it to The Bulwark earlier this year, there is a huge difference between 54 and 51 GOP senators. At 54, Trump loyalist Rick Grinnell is getting confirmed as Secretary of State. Now, right now, Republicans have 52 seats in the Senate. If that margin holds, it means that more moderate Senate Republicans, like Alaska's Lisa Murkowski, or maybe even Susan Collins, could act as a bulwark against Trump, preventing him from confirming his most extreme appointees. But the wider that margin gets, the harder that task becomes. And the margins will be equally important in the House. Today, the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, stated that control of the House remains, quote, very much in play. If Democrats can manage to win the House, they could use it not just to thwart Trump's legislative goals, but to act as a counterbalance to the executive branch with investigative and oversight powers. And even if Democrats can't take back the House, limiting the size of the Republican majority will matter. In the most recent Congress, the dysfunctional Republican majority was so slim, they were unable to pass anything. As of this hour, Republicans have 209 seats and Democrats have 187. Which way each of the remaining 39 seats lands will matter immensely. Now, as we await the balance of power in the House, what is already clear, even at this hour, is that Republicans in the control of the White House and the Senate, they have those two bodies for at least the next 2 years, which means that much of the resistance to Donald Trump is going to have to come from outside of the government. Anthony Romero, Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, joins me to discuss what that might look like coming up next. The ACLU has been resisting Trump policies since January of 2017. In a statement released today, the group's executive director writes, "1 week into Trump's presidency, we were the first organization to challenge his Muslim ban. And now, 1 day after Trump's 2024 victory, the ACLU is already preparing to take on a second Trump administration." Joining me now is Anthony Romero. He's the executive director of the ACLU. Anthony, tell me how it's going to work. First of all,
You've got a plan.
You have a plan.
I have a plan.
What is, the deportations we are hearing are supposed to start on day one. What's your...
And it will be devastating. If he follows through on the promise to deport 1 million immigrants, it will rip communities apart. There is no such thing as an undocumented community. U.S. citizens live alongside of undocumented people. Grandma may not have papers, but her U.S. citizen grandkids, who she takes care of, do. So when you start ripping apart those communities, it's going to be devastating. The only way to do it at that scale is workplace raids and house-to-house raids. So guess what? Then we're going to have to suit up and challenge them on every single one of these raids. You cannot do raids at that scale and adhere to due process and not engage in racial discrimination.
Do you feel like there's enough legal talent on Trump's side to actually execute on this?
No, not yet. The government will be turned over to him. This massive firepower of the U.S. federal government. Let's not underestimate it. We are the David to the government's Goliath. They have over 10,000 lawyers. We've got 550, and we're the largest public interest group in the U.S. But I don't think that the quality of the talent that he will attract. Let's talk about Stephen Miller. America First Legal, the group that he founded, it's not a group I worry about. I lose sleep on a lot of other things.
That's good to
But their legal work, I've read their docket, I've studied it. Some of the cases are a little bit of just showmanship, but I don't really see much kind of oomph there. I don't see any firepower. Now, if he has his hands on the U.S. federal government and the Justice Department, Department of Homeland Security, then we've got to talk.
Yeah.
But we can bring lawsuits to really obstruct their worst of policies. We do have a game plan. We have mapped it out. We have studied every single one of their issues on our website, aclu.org. Every single one of the issues, LGBT, voting, repro, criminal law reform, racial justice. And then we've done an analysis about what lawsuits could be brought, what could you do to stop the worst of it. And litigation buys you time.
Yeah, we've learned that.
And it preserves the status quo. And we have won. People say, oh, the courts are so conservative. Yeah. But also, Biden has appointed 213 federal judges. And if he gets the other 26 that are on queue, he will surpass Trump's appointees in the first administration. So let's not hang the crepes too quickly, right? I'm not willing to give up the power of litigation. And I think good lawyers make their cases to judges who are not already convinced when we walked in. When we brought the U.S. Supreme Court case on the census, we won.
Yeah, you did.
In front of Roberts Court, with the Chief Justice writing the majority opinion. Come on, folks. Let's not all call it all off. We haven't even started to do this work. And there's work to do in the states. I'm sorry, Alex.
No, I was just going to say it's so clarifying and in a way heartening to hear from you and to get a perspective from the ACLU, because you guys really are the front lines of the fight. Anthony Romero, I know that this is just an extraordinary moment to live through, and these are the moments where organizations like yours help us feel like democracy can survive.
And we can, and we will. Thank you.
Anthony Romero from the ACLU, thank you, and good luck to you out there. That is our show for tonight. Now it is time for the last word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence.
Good evening, Alex. Such a good point to make that it's a time to be grateful for just how much the Biden administration, President Biden, fast-tracked the nomination and confirmation of federal judges.
Yes, and maybe with a few more to go in the lame duck. We'll see.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Alex.
Have a good show.
Thank you. If there is no struggle, there can be no progress. Frederick Douglass, who was born 2/3 of a person, according to the United States Constitution, said that. If there is no struggle, there can be no progress. Frederick Douglass's name was there, high above Kamala Harris, as she spoke today in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall on the campus of Howard University. Frederick Douglass, like many slaves, never knew when he was born, but took February 14th as his birthday because he remembered his mother calling him her little Valentine. Frederick Douglass lived 20 years a slave and then escaped. His books and his lectures became some of the most important public proofs that slaveholders, including presidents of the United States, were wrong in insisting that slaves were intellectually inferior to their owners. Frederick Douglass would be so proud and admiring of Kamala Harris. He did not just fight for the right to vote for black men when only white men could vote. He also fought for the right to vote for all women. When he was editor of the newspaper The North Star, Frederick Douglass wrote, "We hold woman to be justly entitled to all we claim for man." That was a very unpopular opinion among white men in this country at that time, and it remains an unpopular opinion among some white men in this country to this day. It may be that not enough people in this country yet believe in the full equality of women to elect a woman president of the United States. Frederick Douglass would have seen the election of Kamala Harris to vice president of the United States 4 years ago as real progress. Frederick Douglass knew that progress did not mean the end of struggle. And so, tonight, the peaceful transfer of power is underway. It began today, as it always has in the past, except once, with the concession speech, a speech in which Kamala Harris urged her supporters, as Frederick Douglass would have, as she put it, don't ever give up. To an audience full of tears, Kamala Harris thanked all of the campaign workers and volunteers who were there and the 90,000 Harris campaign volunteers around the country who knocked on doors for her, worked phone banks for her, sent letters for her. And although those 90,000 volunteers were always working for her, working for Kamala Harris and her candidacy, they all knew that they were working for a better future for this country. They all decided that for them, voting wasn't enough. 90,000 Americans decided to do more than just vote this time. And for that, the vice president said today that she is full of gratitude. The fight for our country is always worth it, she said. It is always worth it. And in an echo of Frederick Douglass, Kamala Harris said, she is full of resolve. Frederick Douglass was full of resolve every day of his life. The vice president knew that her supporters, as she put it, were experiencing a range of emotions right now. But who could possibly be feeling more emotion about what happened in this election than Kamala Harris? She didn't ask her supporters today for help with her range of emotions. She didn't cry. But her husband fought back tears. Doug Emhoff, who became a model of ethics in Washington by quitting his job as a high-powered lawyer to take a much lower-paying job as a law professor to make sure there could never be an appearance of conflict of interest with the vice president's work, brought a humanity and decency to his role as second gentleman that we can only hope is a guide for other spouses and relatives of politicians. The weight that Doug Emhoff had to bear while his wife was being publicly attacked and insulted in very personal terms, in very demeaning terms during the campaign, is a weight that we can only imagine. And for every minute of it, Doug Emhoff bore the weight and the pressure of the campaign with a dignity and grace that too many men have yet to learn. Speaking directly to the young people who were watching, Kamala Harris said it's okay to feel sad and disappointed. And she gave them this order, quote, "Don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before." Knowing that many people feel we are entering a dark time, the vice president urged everyone to fill the sky with the light of a billion stars, the light of optimism. Frederick Douglass wrote, "The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress." Your endurance is about to be tested 167 years after Frederick Douglass said, "The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress." It's our turn, and we are not alone. We know how to do this. We've done it before. We endured those 4 years once before, and we resisted every day of those disgraceful Trump years in the White House. The 107 days of campaigning for president ended for Kamala Harris on the steps of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall in a 12-minute speech that became the last word of her presidential campaign. Here is Kamala Harris's last word as a presidential candidate in full.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, Hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. HU. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Leading off our discussion tonight is former Assistant Democratic Leader in the House of Representatives, Congressman James Clyburn. He won re-election last night to represent South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. Congressman Clyburn, thank you very, very much for joining us tonight. I really wanted to be able to hear from you tonight because I think this is one of those nights when we need the long look of experience at American history and American politics and where we stand tonight. First of all, I just want to get your reaction to the way the vice president today and the president initiated the peaceful transfer of power.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And I am particularly impressed, not just with this speech, but with the decision to do it there in front of that hall named for Frederick Douglass. In light of this campaign, as you know, the whole issue of women's rights, freedoms, these were themes throughout this campaign. And Frederick Douglass, back in, I believe, 1848 at Seneca, the Seneca Convention, Frederick Douglass was one of only 32 or 3 men to attend that convention, and he was the only African-American man in the group. And he spoke very eloquently about women's rights. This was 1848. Slavery was not, well, initiated freedoms until 1863. He himself was an escaped slave, and he was only 30 years old. We talk about young black men. Frederick Douglass was 30 years old at the time he gave that speech. So I think her being there in front of that building named for him, and this campaign and the themes that ran throughout it, I think it gives a certain symmetry to this issue, and I am very pleased for you to have me with you tonight.
Yeah, I was thinking about, actually reading about Seneca today, specifically such a striking relationship to the woman presidential candidate, the first woman vice president standing there, something Frederick Douglass was so much in favor of. What is the status of the House of Representatives tonight? When do you expect us to know who will be controlling the House of Representatives?
Well, it's still up in the air. As you know, they've got a system out in California that makes it a little bit difficult for us to know the results within what we would like to be a day or two. I suspect it'll be maybe tomorrow, maybe even Friday, before we really know. There is a narrow path for us, but it's a very thorny path. So we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope we can get there, because I would love to see us be a check on this administration.
You have experience, 2 years of experience, of being in the minority in the House during a Trump presidency, those first 2 years of the Trump presidency. And then, of course, including because of what Donald Trump was doing in the White House, the Democrats won back the House of Representatives. So that minority status only lasted 2 years, and the Democrats got control for the second 2 years of that Trump presidency. If you do remain in the minority for these first 2 years, what can the Democrats accomplish in terms of resistance to the Trump agenda?
Well, if his agenda is anything akin to what his campaign was all about, we are going to be very active, not just as loyal opposition, but we'll be laying out alternatives to his proposal and really rallying the country around those alternatives. It's one thing just to be against something, but it's something else again to be able to offer an alternative. And that's what we are going to do. We are going to be there, if we are in the minority, offering alternatives to whatever he brings forth in order to educate the American people on exactly what the Democratic agenda is. Part of the difficulty we had in this campaign, that a lot of things that people attributed to Donald Trump really belong to Joe Biden. And I don't think we did a good enough job of delineating that for the voting public. But we will, if that is the case, for the first 2 years of his administration.
What are you telling your daughters? What are you telling your grandchildren about this election?
Well, I had lunch today with my 3 daughters. We spent about 2 hours together today talking about yesterday's election, talking about the future. Of course, the youngest of whom was running for re-election to the school board there in Columbia. A very contested election that she proudly led the ticket. But we talked about it, and they're very anxious about the future, but they are committed. This was before the speech. And then when I went home to listen to the speech, it reminded me so much of the resolve that those 3 young ladies made to continue the fight.
Congressman James Clyburn, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And coming up, we will be joined by Yale history professor Timothy Snyder. But first, last night, Rhode Island voters re-elected one of the Senate's sharpest fighters against Trump correction to a 4th term in the United States Senate. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse joins us next. Here's what our next guest, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, the just re-elected Rhode Island Democrat who is a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee and the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, said in his first public statement since the election. He said, "This election result has changed the job description I was expecting. We know Trump's character, so the next Congress will be less about pursuing progress than about containing the inevitable corruption of a second Trump administration." And joining our discussion now is Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. Senator, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Tell us more about what you believe has changed in your job description.
Well, you know, those of us who are optimists wanted to do things like put Social Security and Medicare on a permanent foundation and decorrupt the tax code and create a pathway to climate safety and clean out dark money and clean up the Supreme Court. And it looks like all those steps to progress are going to be violently opposed by the administration. And if there's one thing we know about the president-elect, it's that the man is corrupt. He has been convicted of multiple felonies for fraud, and we have witnessed firsthand his corruption on the topic of climate change. So we need to go to watchdog mode, and we need to be ready to spotlight and expose and bring to the American people every episode of corruption. And it's not going to be just him. Those creepy billionaires who brought him into office with their dark money millions, they are coming with hearts full of desire for plunder, huge tax cuts, big contracts, every single way that they can get out from under pollution regulation. So this is going to be, I think, a very important 2 years for us to be really vigilant with our oversight function.
You're a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, where you have helped confirm over 200 federal judges nominated by President Biden. There are still some judges outstanding, some nominations outstanding. Will you be able to get those through in a lame duck session?
We will have to see. I think if everybody shows up and we keep our majority in the room, we can probably do that. And I think that's going to be important to do. But, you know, bear in mind, as we've seen, once the corrupt forces get one of these on the take, not on the take's not the right word, let's just say captured judges onto a court, they can then funnel cases to that individual. So you can have 50 or 100 or 200 perfectly legitimate, honest judges, and they're going to steer their cases to the one who they know will give them the answer that they want. So it's going to be really important there, not just to get these judges confirmed that we have, but also to make sure we're keeping an eagle eye on the existing Trump judges so that this funneling of cases to judges who they know will rule in their favor, again, is put right in front of the American people for all to see.
It seems likely that Elon Musk and others will provide a very cushy and rich retirement for any Supreme Court justices who'd like to retire now so that Donald Trump can replace them. Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito in their 70s. The Chief Justice will turn 70 7 days after the inauguration. It could be that Donald Trump gets 3 more if he gets them to leave.
Yeah, it could be. The billionaire gifts program has made life pretty cushy for them already, but I'm sure Elon Musk can up the ante quite a lot for what Harlan Crow offered.
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, thank you very much for joining our discussion tonight. Thank you. Yale University history professor Timothy Snyder will join us next. On this day, when Kamala Harris spoke on the steps of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall at Howard University, the words of Frederick Douglass seem newly relevant. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. To consider what we might have to endure, we are joined now by Timothy Snyder, professor of history at Yale University. His most recent book is the New York Times bestseller, On Freedom. He is also the author of On Tyranny. Professor Snyder, thank you so much for joining us tonight. What are your thoughts as we are now in about our 24th hour of realizing what we're in for, or a feeling of what we're in for during this next presidency?
Well, I like the word endurance that you've cited there from Frederick Douglass, because the thing about enduring is that you don't know exactly what you're going to have to endure. That's part of endurance, is the unpredictability of it all. And I'm afraid it's pretty certain that we're in for a lot of unpredictability, because the kind of regime we're going to have with Trump too is not going to involve a normal checks and balances. It's going to be more like the caterwauling of 3 or 4 or 5 people who are at the top of executive power without any real checks, and with strange contradictory ideas about what they want to do to the United States. So we have to be ready to endure, but we also have to be ready to endure things that we haven't really seen before.
I want to read President Zelensky's statement today about, he said, I had an excellent call with Donald Trump and congratulated him on his historic landslide victory. His tremendous campaign made this result possible. I praised his family and team for their great work. We agreed to maintain close dialogue and advance our cooperation. Strong and unwavering U.S. leadership is vital for the world and for a just peace. What do you make of that?
I make of that President Zelensky is an excellent communicator and statesman and is doing the very best he can to defend the interests and the life and the health of his people during a terrifying war in which he needs whatever help from the United States that he can get. That's how I interpret it. The Ukrainians, like everybody else, have to realistically prepare themselves for the possibilities of American politics. And the harder the reality you face, and the Ukrainian reality is pretty hard, the more realistic you have to be.
Well, we also see in it, I think, the understanding that the only way to deal with Donald Trump, if you're trying to get anything from him, is flattery.
I think we are moving into a world which is very familiar to Ukrainians because Ukrainians are coming out of oligarchy. That's been their great progress these last 10, 15 years, has been moving out of oligarchy and towards democracy. We're moving from democracy towards oligarchy and therefore into a world which they may not like, but they perhaps understand better than we do. So I'm not surprised that the appropriate language would be at hand.
Yes, we saw these tweets today from Mark Zuckerberg, from Jeff Bezos, basically congratulating Donald Trump. That's not something Bezos did when President Biden won. And of course, this comes after Jeff Bezos killed an editorial in the Washington Post that would have endorsed Kamala Harris.
I mean, the three things in a row, the lack of the endorsement, and then Bezos's laughable explanation of it, and then the congratulation of Donald Trump. It would be embarrassing if embarrassment was still a relevant category in these kinds of things. But there is a serious lesson here, which we ought to be learning from this negative example, which has to do with not obeying in advance. It really doesn't help to give your power away in advance. And the wealthy and powerful are setting a bad example for us when they try to get as close to the president as the other wealthy and powerful already are. They ought to be setting the example of showing the things that you can do, or at the very least, not doing things that are embarrassing.
We are now left with this question of what is Donald Trump actually going to do? Because when he's campaigned in the past, he has said things that he hasn't even attempted to do, and his supporters have always been saying, "Oh, don't take him seriously on everything." We're about to find out which of these things he actually meant.
I think he's about to find out, too. I mean, it's a very strange situation, right? Because he's been effectively immunized from criminal prosecution by a tame Supreme Court. He has majorities in one house, probably in both. He can, more than any president in our lifetimes, he can do what he wants or try. But of course, he will press up against some limits. Like, for example, even though they have majorities, the Republicans are not good at passing laws without the help of Democrats, so he's going to have to try presidential directives. And even though he may know what he wants to do, he's not governing alone. He's governing together with Peter Thiel, he's governing together with Elon Musk, and he's governing together with Vladimir Putin. There is a larger consortium here of oligarchs, some of whom are, in fact, all of whom actually have money, unlike Trump. And he's also in there with Vance, who's smarter and younger than he is. So there could be an uncomfortable combination, which is, more Shakespearean than anything else, of these wealthy, jealous people whose agendas aren't exactly the same, who enjoy each other as they're trying to come to power, but may enjoy each other less as they're in power.
Is there a first thing that you're looking for, or something you're looking for in the transition that can indicate what's coming?
I think whether they actually go for mass deportations by force will be a sign as to whether they're serious about the whole agenda, because that would be very difficult in all sorts of ways, but also, as they understand, it would have tremendous political consequences, because either local law enforcement and state law enforcement would have to go along for that to work. Thousands of us would have to be deputized for that to work. Tens of thousands of us would have to denounce our neighbors, would have to become informers for that to work. So I would see that as a test right at the beginning. And by the way, if they try it, it's also a test of us, because there are a lot of things there where the states, local authorities, individual citizens don't have to go along and shouldn't go along.
Professor Timothy Snyder, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
Thank you. The United States Senate has often been called the most exclusive club in the world. An even more exclusive club is the tiny group of women who have served as United States senators. We got an insight today from one of those women about just how hard it was for Kamala Harris to climb as high as she climbed. I've never seen a senator cry until today. That's next. And it's time for tonight's last word. 97% of United States senators have been men. Only 60 women have served in the United States Senate, with the first woman elected just after women got the right to vote in 1922. The only smaller club than women senators is presidents of the United States. Only one of the women who has served in the Senate has ever moved up to higher elected office. Senator Kamala Harris did that when she became Vice President Kamala Harris. The good news of this election is that 3 more women will be joining the Senate next year, all Democrats: Delaware's Lisa Blunt Rochester, Maryland's Angela Alsobrooks, and Michigan's Alyssa Slotkin. They will no doubt feel the weight of that job and the unfortunate added weight of trying to do that job as a woman in a place that has always been a men's club. Claire McCaskill has been there. Senator Claire McCaskill served in the Senate with Senator Kamala Harris. Like Kamala Harris, Claire McCaskill was a prosecutor before working her way up to the United States Senate. And like most women in the Senate, she never talks about how hard a climb that was. But today, Claire McCaskill cracked for just a minute about how hard it really is.
And that mission and that purpose, Claire McCaskill, will determine, you okay?
I think I'm okay.
Tell me what you're thinking.
Well, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of her. I don't think people realize how hard it is to get to where she was. As a woman, getting elected DA, it's not easy, guys. People don't trust women to be in charge of making decisions about life and death and crime and being, frankly, a supervisor in some ways over police. Her fighting through the primary thicket of California politics to become Attorney General, really hard. I mean, this is really hard stuff. For her to be selected as vice president after what I think she would tell you was a very disappointing presidential race, where I think she kind of lost her footing and was listening too much to consultants, frankly, and it didn't really exude who she was. And then to be vice president and to step into the most difficult situation in the world, where she had to be completely loyal to Joe Biden and respectful of the fact that he had chosen her, but yet maneuver in a situation. I mean, such political skill. It is just inspiring. People who don't understand what she had to do to get to this moment. Mm-hmm. And so I'm just very proud of her.
The Honorable Claire McCaskill gets tonight's last word. The 11th Hour with Stephanie Ruhle is next.
Good evening once again. I am Stephanie Ruhle, and it has been a very long 24 hours for all of us. So this evening, we are going to do a little something different together. In 74 days, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. We're not going to do an autopsy of the candidates or the campaigns. What we are going to do tonight is take a step back and look at who we are as a country and what we actually want. This is not about Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. This is about a huge portion of our population who rejected the current system And what we have to solve for is why. We are the most powerful and prosperous nation in the world. This country is winning. So I want to know why so many people in this country are feeling like we're losing, whether it is the economy, immigration, or, for lack of a better term, wokeism. We have now let misinformation become the accepted information. It has washed over us. Elon Musk, he buys Twitter, and then he uses it almost exclusively to be a propaganda machine, and we've accepted it. We've accepted a narrative that despite an actually great economic recovery, the vibes don't feel good. So we want to reject it and get something else. And the person we are now betting on to change all of it is Donald Trump, a man who did two almost impossible things. He won the American presidency twice, and he drove a casino into the ground. What will the future hold now that America has just decided that we're going to F around and find out? Here to help solve for all of this, Tim O'Brien, Bloomberg Opinion Senior Executive Editor and Trump biographer. Michael Steele, former chairman of the Republican National Committee. He co-hosts The Weekend here on MSNBC. Former Republican Congressman David Jolly of Florida, and Sammy Sage, Betches co-founder and author of Democracy in Retrograde. I am so glad all of you are here. You are four of my favorites. And this isn't always a comfortable conversation. As MTV like to say, we're going to stop being polite and start getting real. But I want to I want to go around and get your thoughts. What have we learned about America in the last 24 hours?
I think, you know, the idea that Donald Trump is a cause as opposed to being an outcome is really important, I think, to think about, because it lets Americans off the hook for taking responsibility for all of the various dynamics that have given rise to Trump. And that's not to say he's an accelerant. He's an accelerant through social media. He's an accelerant through the religious attachment that he has to his voters. It's not a party. You know, I think it's cultish, but it's also, Michael and I were talking about this earlier, he has a religious connection, I think, to his voters in the same way that you can talk to a Catholic about the scandals in the church or a Jew about the scandals at the synagogue, but they will say, I can deal with those, but I'll still remain this person. And Trump people don't care about all of the grotesque scandals that have surrounded him because...
But this was more than just Trump zealots.
Well, because the church is growing. And I think, and these folks feel seen. And these are folks that both parties, I would say, starting in the 1980s, stopped talking to. Middle-class, working-class people who saw the foundations of the American dream pulling out from beneath them. And the Democrats, I think, starting in the Clinton era, went in a different direction. And the Republicans never talked to them until Donald Trump rolled along. And Donald Trump pretends he cares about the future of working Americans. And that's in the art of the deal. It's in a slot machine in a casino. And it's in his completely grifter approach to talking about hope and aspiration to his base. But he's talking to them about it. And he talks to them about it in a way where they feel recognized, whether they are male Latinos or white male workers, or Republican women who didn't break because of abortion. They split their vote. They voted for, ballot protections for abortion, but they stuck with the GOP. And I think that's the fun. And I'm a rookie, right? But in terms of politics, but I think the emotional connection a candidate has to his or her base is the most important thing. It transcends policy, and Trump has that. And so I think what we're seeing is now in 3 cycles, he's growing the constituents that feel that he speaks for them.
What do you think we learned about America, right? Not about, right, Donald Trump's campaign or Kamala Harris, who ran a very good campaign, and all that Tim just laid out about his base and his connection. The Democrats knew, and they went everywhere and they did everything. So it's about us.
So I loved your opening.
You did.
Oh, my gosh, that is so up my alley.
Thank you.
I love that, because we are effing around and we're about to find out. And the reason is you phrased the question, what did we learn about America? Nothing. No one learned anything. Because, meaning the institutions in the press, the media, the institutions of politics, even the Republicans themselves as an institution, they're just on the ride. They're just kind of like with Donald Trump going, oh, okay, where we going? You know, he's the one who's pulling this. And you know why he's pulling it? Because Donald Trump answered one very, very important question that nobody else has been able to answer. And I raised this with you, and I think we've talked about it, David. Focus group 2016 fall. In New Hampshire, white female, mother of two, divorced. Asked the question, why are you so adamantly supporting Donald Trump? You know what her answer was? Because he's just like me. Mm-hmm. And in 10 years, the press, the media, the institutions of government, whatever, have not been able to understand why she would say that. Why would that woman in New Hampshire look at this man from Queens with the bronze skin and the gold toilets and claiming to be a multi-billionaire, say he's just like me? That is the core of what happened last night. It was the consummation of the country collectively saying in unison, yeah, he's just like us. And that's going to be the challenge going forward, breaking down and understanding. That's why I love the way you set this up, because you want to get to the why. And no one is bothered with the why. In politics, from my very beginning in politics, I learned from Marion Barry, if you don't know why, they will go to the polls.
Thank
and
God. I thought you were going to tell us he taught you this.
Oh, that's another conversation. No, but everybody goes sideways on Marion, but he was one of the most strategic and smart political people. He understood his community. You know why that's true? Because you don't get caught smoking crack in a hotel with a prostitute
and get reelected.
Not at that time. I mean, we're not talking the Trump era. We're talking back in the early 90s. So the understanding of the why is what we have to do now, because the country has moved us in a direction where it's going to force us to answer the question, to figure it out. Because what Donald Trump has planned, but more importantly, the people around him have planned, is going to be critically important to understand the why, if you're going to be able to deal with some of that. Because you don't want the country to accept the otherism of folks. You don't want the country to sign off on rounding up people and shipping them out or stripping away their birthright citizenship. You don't want the country to buy wholly into that. Right now, they're just kind of, like I said, like the RNC just kind of riding along and say, okay. But at some point, they want to take the wheel. And that's before that happens, you have to understand the why.
And somehow he has actually amassed a broader coalition over the last 9 years. It's extraordinary. What is your thoughts? Who are we as a country? What do we want?
So I think it's very important to keep in context. He has expanded his coalition, but the strength of the minority political coalition in the country is very strong. I mean, this was essentially 52-48, 53-47. So in raw politics, maybe call it a landslide or not, I don't. It was a commanding win where he swept all of the swing states, where the Senate is now strongly Republican, maybe the House goes Republican as well. But in terms of the sentiment of the country, we are certainly not monolithic tonight. The minority coalition is very strong, and we'll have an opportunity to revisit these questions. Now, what did Donald Trump do that got him to 52 or 53%? I have long said that he ignited a cultural movement and chose a party to park it within. And understand, for people who have followed Trump for a long time, each of you, Stephanie, Tim, all of us, he wasn't sure if he was going to do this in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party at one point. He was trying to figure out where to park the movement that he wanted to launch. And he chose the Republican Party, and he did not hijack it. He saw the opportunity where he could walk through the front doors in the post-Tea Party era and be embraced as the person that could finally elevate what essentially was an anti-government movement wrapped in economic anxiety. And that economic anxiety is ultimately what he has been able to carry the day with.
Why do we want an anti-government movement, right? And I'm going to get to you in a second, because again, I'm not saying that we're perfect. We're far from perfect.
No, this is...
But we are still the best, strongest, and most prosperous country out there. And I'm not saying that people aren't suffering, but we're actually willing to say, let's tear up the script and start anew. Why?
Because for all of that 52% that voted for him, do they believe we're the strongest country because of government or because of the private sector? Even Joe Biden's classic line, the union built America. He doesn't say the government built America. He says the working class built America. So when Donald Trump gets up there with his crypto bros and Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick and all the others, even that person sitting in New Hampshire with 2 kids on a single mom income says, wait a minute, they're successful without government, and I want to be a part of this success. And so ultimately what I think we saw last night was the continued anxiety of a post-pandemic economy that Donald Trump tapped into in 2016 and carried through to last night. And he has wrestled away the Main Street economic issues, the working class and middle class economic issues, not just lunch pail Joe, middle class issues. He has wrestled those away from a Democratic Party. And all he left them with last night then were what we discovered are highly unpopular issues, some of the DEI issues and equity issues. And here's where I take a little bit of a different tack than a lot of people who say Democrats shouldn't have done all of the DEI stuff and the equity stuff. That's wrong. Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to fight for liberty. Somebody has to fight for freedom. Somebody has to fight for equity of all people. Republicans aren't going to do it. Democrats can. But it may be that Democrats are the party that works those issues, but they don't lead with those issues. And there is somebody who already figured out that formula of solving economic anxiety and also addressing equity issues without leading with them. And you know who that person is?
I'm dying to know.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Joe Biden in 2020 solved this. And what happened...
And he could speak about it colloquially.
He could. And he went into the union halls, and he wasn't talking DEI. He was talking economic issues. But they also knew he was going to fight for their kid if their kid had an equity issue that they deserve freedom on. And I won't use the language that you otherwise would use in this moment, but over the summer, the Democratic consulting class decided that guy's not good enough for us.
That's it.
The guy who solved this in 2020. When in 2018 and 2019, the party was wrestling with how progressive are we going to be. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, the squad, Kamala Harris herself. God bless them. They were wrestling over these progressive issues, and James Clyburn said, you know what, Joe Biden's the guy that can build this coalition on union economic issues and also bring everybody along on equity and freedom. And the Democratic consulting class this summer said, we're done with that guy. Let's see what happens.
Original DEI are Catholic values. Love thy neighbor, include everyone, and treat them equally.
And he gave voice to that. He gave voice to all of those issues.
To sum up what he just said, you know the why there. Now you get a little piece of the answer to that New Hampshire mother's question. Those people, the reason Joe Biden worked was because people saw him as just like them.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
That's the key.
Wrestling with stuff like DEI issues are
going
hard,
through the
right?
stuff we're going through.
Well, as long as we're talking DEI, can we please let the woman at the table speak? Sammy?
Yes, I'm speaking.
Teach us.
I mean, look, in a democracy, your government is supposed to represent you. That means feeling like they represent you. And that is an emotional truth. Donald Trump tells emotional truths to his people, regardless of the facts. Feelings are more important than facts to the undecided voters. And I don't mean that as, as a condescending comment, but at the end of the day, when we're in these fractured media silos, it's not all about the disinformation. It's that some people are just simply not exposed to the other side. And that goes the same for liberals and leftists. But I think what we are going to have to reckon with, and you mentioned this with the political consulting class, is that the Democrats, by and large, do not know how to talk to Americans.
But hold on. We were saying 24 hours ago what a fantastic campaign Kamala Harris
ran. She ran a great campaign. She executed a great campaign for the strategy that she set. And and this isn't about, I don't think that there's one tactic that could have changed. I think that we are looking at an environment that was not favorable to incumbents. I don't think that Democrats, as they exist now, really understand people. I would say the best example of this is that the DNC You had them tease a surprise guest. They leak that it's going to be Beyonce, and it's Leon Panetta.
I thought he gave a great speech.
Think about the comms of that. Think about, put yourself in the viewer's shoes, in the voter's shoes. You're bringing back someone from an administration that people don't want to hear about, and that's the person you're hyping. People want to hear from someone who gets them, and they will have to find the right messengers, or those messengers will have to get out there and speak to regular people. If I were a Democrat and I just barely kept my House seat, I would be going back to my home district and I would say, I want to talk to my district. I want to hear, what are your priorities and how can I enact them when I go back to Washington? Because clearly something about this party is not working for everybody, but I want it to work for you.
But was this always going to be about a post-pandemic economic anxiety election? Because when we talk about what actually has been done, right? Joe Biden passed 4 huge pieces of legislation. Kamala Harris was part of that. Donald Trump right now is going to say, I'm going to deliver the best economy. We saw the stock market shoot up today. Why? Because Donald Trump is going to get rid of the SEC chair. He's going to get rid of the FTC chair, which on its surface, for business people, right, you're going to see a release of the animal spirits. There's going to be no red tape and no rules. Correct.
Taxes.
And guess what's going to happen? When taxes get cut and there's more giveaways, we're going to see the deficit balloon.
And he imposes tariffs, which will be inflationary.
Correct. And when we don't have regulators looking out for little guys, there will be a blow up that'll be devastating. How come we don't see that?
How come we don't see the fact that he's selling nitroglycerin? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I think that most people don't pay attention to the minutia of economic policy discussions. I think average voters think about their wallets and their pocketbooks, and I think that the tariff discussion went over most people's heads. I think, when we're talking about whether or not Harris communicated well with voters, I think
I don't want to do an autopsy.
Because I want to get back to what voters want. I think voters have always wanted to talk about opportunity. They want to talk about jobs and wages, health care, housing, and maybe some other things. And I think that's been true for decades. I don't think there's anything new under the sun about the thing that people want in their lives. They want to be independent. They want to be prosperous. They want to have a sense of control. They want to feel dignity about themselves. And I think that you have to be able to talk that way to a voter that connects around those issues.
But Democrats have offered
the message of her campaign. I think the problem is that it's a style problem. I think it's that the average voter, the people who swung to Trump, and I don't just mean people who didn't vote for her. I mean, all across the country, you see a swing to red. They believe that this party is going to benefit them, not just Trump. And I just don't think that the Democrats right now know how to communicate these things. I think if you have the right person explaining tariffs, you can get it explained. And when you want to talk about the consultant class and how they viewed the way that social content should be persuading voters, I don't think that it was particularly effective.
I do think, and I know this isn't about the campaigns, but it is about what it revealed about us. I think Vice President Harris ran an incredible campaign. And I think because she ran an incredible campaign, it's been very telling about who we are. Because her campaign did focus on the threat to democracy. Her campaign focused on the contrast between somebody that would protect our institutions and somebody that would tear them down. It did focus on what is the future of freedom in the country. But to Tim's point, voters said, no, I'm still anxious about the economy. And
so she said, here's what I'm going to do for you.
I realize she did that, but in the anti-incumbent wave in a post-pandemic economy in all Western countries, we're seeing this notion that we need change, we need change, we need change. And there was a brief theory that maybe Donald Trump would suffer from the anti-incumbency, but it looks like Vice President Harris did. And to put it in perspective, and there's this rising economic populism in Republican politics that has now eschewed the tradition of conservative economics that we saw 30 years ago. And it's rooted around this notion that generally speaking, 30 years ago, it took 40 hours a week to provide for your family, a home, a car, food on the table. Then that moved to 50. Now it's 60 hours a week. We celebrate the gig economy as providing freedom, but what it really means is more people have more jobs now. And even among career professionals, you're creating verticals where you have multiple careers as a career professional. That seems like freedom and liberty in the economy, but what it actually is additional anxiety about, can I sustain this for the next decade or two? And both candidates tried to address that. Donald Trump addressed it more effectively.
There is also, I think also historically, like, I find it very strange how the Dems don't get credit for what they've done historically with the economy. There is a reflexive belief among voters that the GOP delivers better economic opportunity. And even,
well, they're about to for a small group of what will be American oligarchs. Just you watch. We're going to take a quick break. Everyone is staying put. Tim Ryan is joining us, former congressman from Ohio. He was one of the very first people to call on President Biden to drop out of the race. He's going to join our conversation. The GOP cemented their status as the working class party, making gains with non-white voters. Former Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan of Ohio is here to break it down for me. He founded the organization We the People. Tim, you were the first person I thought of this morning because you have been warning that your party is losing connection with its base for the last 8 years. What did Donald Trump gain in the last 4 years? More billionaires, Elon Musk, yet he didn't just reconnect with the working class. He got more support. What did you think about what happened last night?
Well, he continues to kind of defy gravity, at least from the Democratic consulting class that David was just talking about. And people just, I think on our side, can't get a read on him. But he just continued to hammer the economic anxiety that people are feeling. And, and we would say for how long Bidenomics is working, the GDP, all these macroeconomic statistics. And that is not how normal people think and feel. And I think, where you're from in New Jersey, where I'm from, grew up outside of Youngstown, Ohio, people have economic anxiety in their DNA. So even if the economy is doing well, even if wages are going up, there's still the inflationary squeezes. But they're looking over their shoulder because that's what their life has been for the last 30 or 40 years for them and their parents. And they still carry that with them. And Trump just zeroes in on that. And he just juices that up. And it's very effective. And then, you take the kind of political mistakes that, I think the administration made around immigration, which plays into that anxiety. Security plays into that anxiety, just disorder generally plays into that anxiety. And you get what you got, but we have lost the room. You've watched a comedian who loses the room, or someone's given a speech and that they lose the room. Democrats have lost the room.
Does Donald Trump's, I don't want to say vulgarity, but the crude things he says or the crazy things he says that sometimes have a scintilla of truth in them, do they give people permission to talk about their truths or anxieties? And you mentioned immigration, right? When Donald Trump was last president, it was a border crisis. Since then, we saw governors like Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis ship migrants to other cities. And at the time, we said it was inhumane, we said it was illegal, but politically, it was a home run for them because the border crisis then became a migrant crisis all over the country with lots of apolitical people saying, this doesn't work for me. Is this an issue in that Democrats haven't yet given, dare I say, permission structure for people to talk about their anxieties or insecurities in a changing demographic in the country, which doesn't make someone xenophobic or racist, but they need the space to say, I need to talk about what's happening in my city or town that is now resource constrained.
Well, they want to talk to somebody who they feel like understands that anxiety, understands what they're going through. And that's the emotional connection that they have with Trump, as bizarre as it is. It is an emotional connection. I mean, look at Harris's numbers in New York City. Look at the numbers in New Jersey and some of these states that were affected by shipping the immigrants to those cities. It affected it. And then, so in the politeness stuff, it drives me crazy because people don't give a damn about that at all. Like if there's a system that's keeping you down or you feel like it's keeping you down and it's got its boot on your throat, you don't give a damn if the person who's trying to get the boot off your neck is swearing or they're mean-spirited or they're an asshole. Like you don't care because they're being a jerk on your behalf. And so that's why people don't care. And the more we harp on that, I think the more we reinforce the idea that we don't understand what they're going through because Trump is just trying to fix this broken system. I've been saying, too, for a long time, we need to be the party of reform. Like if you're shipping immigrants to my city and they're getting, you know, money and checks and this and that and all these benefits, and I'm out slogging every day, can barely make ends meet because I'm a union construction worker in a big city like New York or Boston, like that pisses you off. And so they don't feel like we're for them like they did so many years ago when my grandfather was in a union. We've lost the room on that. And we've got to reboot this party because we've lost the room. And if we, the end result is what we saw. I mean, almost a clean sweep across the board.
Well, I'm grateful to be in the room with you tonight, Tim. Thank you for joining us. We're going to continue this conversation with our panel when we come back. We're going to talk about tough and sometimes uncomfortable truths about what we really want in this country. We are back with Tim O'Brien, Michael Steele, David Jolly, and Sammy Sage. I want to continue what I was just discussing with Tim Ryan. We were talking immigration, and I did see you nodding.
Yeah. I mean, I think that leading up to this election, you had all of 2021, 2022, the Republicans and really the right-wing media ecosystem was laying this groundwork of DEI is very bad, and they want to, you know, take away all the opportunities that you could get and make this all very unfair and, you know, turn this into affirmative action. And I think that the combination of the demonizing migrants and the inflation, the actual economic problems that people were feeling, and then the move of kind of defining her, Kamala Harris, as a DEI candidate, it really tied all of these issues in a way that made a lot of ideological sense to a casual voter, I think.
Can I
please?
I'm not sure Democrats need to overcorrect on every issue.
That is their signature.
No, I know, but also part of this discussion.
Wait a minute.
I think it's important to recognize that part of a political party's job is to defend fundamental values. And I'm not sure the greatest nation in the world is going to fall because there are people seeking opportunity in the United States. And I'm not sure that the immigration problem, I know the immigration problem is not what Republicans make it out to be. In fact, most communities in the country right now are not negatively impacted by the immigration problem. Republicans want you to think it is. And I think the question of immigration is also a reflection of our own values. Are we a nation that can be welcoming to people who are seeking asylum, who are seeking greater economic opportunity, who want to be a part of the American dream? I was a Republican for 20 years. I never bought the scare tactics on immigration. I don't buy them now. And this is an area where I'm not sure Democrats need to overcorrect.
Yeah, I agree with that. Look, this space has been disrupted so thoroughly by Donald Trump's entry onto the playground that all the other kiddies don't know what to do. They don't know if they should go on the swing set or they should be on the merry-go-round. And they're all looking, Democrat and Republican, independent alike, are just looking and say, okay, which one is he on? What is he doing? And instead of going back to the parties saying, this is, to David's point, this is the pathway forward to the American dream. And, you know, Tim and David and myself, we may have, as political operatives and party people, have a different view of how we're going to get to the dream. But that's part of the discussion. Let's lay that out. What Trump does is like, okay, y'all get to have what the hell you want, but in the meantime, where's your lunch money?
Okay, but what I'm hearing is the reason we kind of fall prey to all of this and why we accept misinformation for fact is because at the end of the day, it's always about fairness, right? And we never want to feel like we're getting shortchanged. And what Donald Trump does is he always convinces you, you're getting ripped off. This person is getting more than you are. That immigrant is getting your job. And so pair that with unsavory news outlets or information sources or political leaders who are lying to you and telling you things that you want to hear because it's how you can justify your unhappiness or your anxiety.
Can I just real quick, can I just deal with the immigrants taking your job? Okay, let me ask you this. Is your 18-year-old son going to go and work in a hotel or is he going to go pick the strawberries? No.
You're
so shut the hell up about losing a job.
We're seeing this experiment in Florida, right? We're seeing farm workers be shipped out of the state, and now you've got farms where the strawberries aren't being picked.
That's right.
Yes.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. That's that's the next part of this narrative that's being set up by what Republicans and Trump are doing on immigration.
And the narrative is broadly fear of the other, whether it's a person of color, whether it's DEI, whether it's CRT being taught in the schools, therefore you can't teach the history of slavery. It is preying on people's fears of the other and it constantly re-identifying or retargeting what those fears are because it is the most effective way to magnetize people and bring them towards you. Facebook built a business model around it, and it was so effective that once they let the genie out of the bottle, and they were saying to everyone, we're building communities, and we're making it easier for people to post pictures of their family, when behind the scenes, people are like slagging one another, and the real communities are being built on division. Donald Trump was the perfect candidate for the Facebook ecosystem.
But he's so good at being authentic in convincing people that he really gets that you're aggrieved and it's not fair and he's going to protect you because he feels this way. He feels that even though he's
always felt aggrieved.
Right, he's always felt like it's not fair, people are out to get him, and that's why it comes out authentically.
And he survived and he'll help you survive.
Can we? I love this conversation. I really do. But I think, look, one of the darkest moments of Republican rhetoric on immigration this year was not from Donald Trump. It was from Senator Katie Britt during her response to the State of the Union, when she basically said, I'm sitting in my white gentrified country club community,
Here we go.
and black and brown people are coming in here to scare me.
Here we go.
And sometimes the answers after an election like this is not to consider how Democrats need to change, but to re-up the condemnation of the disgusting xenophobia of the Republican Party. That is the answer.
What they did effectively was that they used the mismanagement of these issues in blue states like New York and California, and that is how they were able to make gains there. Even though those are historic, you look at the values of those states, you wouldn't think that it aligns with that. But Democrats, you also look at this huge swing of Latino voters, and Democrats have not addressed immigration. You have Dreamers whose status is up in the air for years, and then they are
okay,
upset
but for
that
a lot
have
hold on
immigrants.
a minute. For a lot of Latino voters, immigration isn't their issue. Latinos are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs in this country. And what do they really care about? Taxes. They really care about regulation. And so even this idea that Latinos' sole issue is immigration, it's not.
So what are they going to do when they go to their business on some Monday morning in late 2026 and ICE is there at the door waiting for them, and then they're taken to the state of Texas and they're put in a holding facility? That's your that's your new American dream. So it may not be the thing that's number one on your list now, but given the pedigree that you're coming from, how you got to this country, it will be.
Okay, well then, Michael, we have no time, but I'm going to answer the question. Ready?
Yeah.
You voted for Trump. F around and find out.
There you go.
There you go.
That's it.
That's democracy.
Michael, David, Sammy, thank you all. As I said, it has been a very, very long 24 hours. When we come back, voters, they sent a very clear message on what they want for America. So we're going to go back in time. Historian John Meacham joins us to make sense of this moment in history.
There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. Let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars.
Last night's results came as a shock to many. So given those results, what have we learned about our country? There is no better person to ask these questions to than our dear friend, historian John Meacham. He occasionally advises Joe Biden, and occasionally he joins us here. John, it's been quite a day and a night. What are your thoughts?
Well, I thought Vice President Harris gave a wonderful speech today, but when she started that about the darkness, I was reminded of John McCain's old line that it's always darkest before it goes completely black. So there's that sort of warning out there. This is who we are, right? A lot of people want that not to be true. A lot of people, obviously more voters than not, very much want it to be true. And the question now is which habits of heart and mind are going to prevail? Will we continue with a give and take of democracy, accepting defeat when it's justly dealt to us, and then moving forward? Or will the incoming administration turn to a more autocratic way, misreading this mandate, misreading these results, I should say. And I think the Constitution was written for dark hours. The country was founded with a keen appreciation of human frailty. It's one of the reasons it's so hard to get anything done, is because James Madison and others had been trained at what became Princeton by a Calvinist educator named John Witherspoon, who talked about the depravity of mankind. We're fallen, frail, and fallible. And so the Constitution is there to try to check us. The question now is, will that system endure and prevail?
What do you think democracy means to Americans today, especially since you just said we could be headed to down a more autocratic path? Do people realize that?
We certainly could be. Yeah, we certainly could be. And I would love to know, this is raising a question instead of answering, you know, that the 35% in your exit polls that say the state of democracy was such a chief concern. I wonder what people understood that term to be. Was it the state of the nation itself? Did they read that as a synonym? I think that one of the dangers is you cannot define democracy as I have my way and you don't get yours. That's a negative answer. We cannot let that happen. And you'll note that the defeated side in this election has in no way questioned or undermined the legitimacy of the election. They've understood that you can't love the Constitution, you can't love democracy only when you prevail. I think that what democracy, let me just say what it means to me. What it means to me as somebody who spends a lot of time talking to dead people is that we have an arena where we disagree and dissent from each other. We find a solution to a given set of problems for a given period of time, and then we adjudicate it again. And the hope, the covenant, is that if you lose, you will have the rules in place to win the next time. And that's what we have to guard very, very carefully. As you know, you and I have talked about this a lot. I'm very concerned. I know I don't want to speak for you, but I will briefly. We're very concerned that democratic norms could be an early and devastated casualty of the next administration. I want to be proven wrong. I argued as late as Tuesday morning that President Trump represents a unique threat to the constitutional order. So prove us wrong. Prove that concern to be, as so many of my friends and your friends have told us oh, you're being hyperbolic, you're only talking to yourselves. Okay, I hope it's true. I pray it's true. But at this point, that the will and really the good intentions of the majority are now on trial.
You know, I start the show with a deep breath some nights, and tonight we're going to have to end with one. John, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your insights and your vision always. John Meacham. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Before I go, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for giving me the privilege of joining you every night. A whole bunch of people said to me today, oh my gosh, are you dreading doing your show tonight? And I want you to know I'm never dreading it. I am so blessed and grateful to be with you every night. Our goal is always to try to help our viewers get better and smarter. And right now, there's a lot to figure out. It is a privilege to be here every night. Thank you so, so much for watching. It's going to be a long next few years. That does it for us for tonight. From all of our colleagues across the networks of NBC News, thank you so much for staying up late with me. I hope to see you at the end of tomorrow.